With a nickel-sized hail and a damaging wind, we rolled over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in, and when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor, keep the women me. Better find you a basement, worst storm you ever seen. With a nickel-sized hail and a damaging wind, we rolled over Boston, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel-sized hail and the damaging wind. Nickel-sized hail and a damaging wind, we rolled over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in, and when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor, keep the women me. Better find you a basement, worst storm you ever seen. With a nickel-sized hail and a damaging wind, we rolled over Boston, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel-sized hail and the damaging wind.
Boink. I really do need an intro. Stroke, make a note. An intro would be good for the show. Maybe there is an intro. Is there an intro in there?
There is no intro. No.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. Ask and ye shall receive.
Hey, is my mic a lot better volume than last time?
It's pretty hot. I mean, it sounds hot to me.
It's probably Mike's death.
Well, I mean, it's probably Mike's death. What did you say?
Yeah, because I got my mic extra hot for Mike O'Mara.
Oh, right. Yeah, you got to have you got to keep the microphones hot to be able to get a word in edgewise with Mike O'Mara. I know that.
Yes. All right. I'll
Thank
stick
you,
at that
buddy.
volume.
Yeah, turn it off. It's my guy, Josh Roca. Check him out, Section 336 podcast, all you Baltimoreans out there. Is that the name of it, Josh? What's the name of the store where they can buy the shirts? What's the shirts?
Well, that's all through Breaking Tea now. I sold out.
Tea. Okay. Fucking sell out, motherfucker. Ain't no sunshine when there's no more Josh Roca standalone t-shirt shop. I've always said that. Welcome, everybody, to Chat Dukes versus the world. Much different energy than the last time when there was, I think, about 400 people in here right at the jump, but I'm sure they will matriculate their way down the field. I am your host with the most, the Schoodester, broadcasting live from the Fortress of Solid Shoods, presented by Monk's Barbecue in Purcellville. This is Chat Dukes versus the world, the way I used to do it back on the Redidio. People cared. Yeah, we're going to be here for the entire afternoon. Afternoon drive radio is what they call it. I've got a plethora of piñatas to discuss with you today. I am scheduled to have, after I appropriate some culture just there, I am scheduled to be having a wonderful lineup of guests on the program today and a bevy of topics. Looking forward to it. All I ask of you in return is to hit the goddamn like button. Get us into the zeitgeist. Shift that paradigm. The algorithm. We must impregnate her. We must impregnate the algorithm. So hit that like button. It don't cost nothing. Who are we putting in charge of likes for today? David Slizot, you are in charge of likes. I see a membership tag next to your name there. So you're in charge of likes. If you don't get us to 150 likes in the first hour, I shut this son of a bitch down, and it don't work for nobody. Nobody. All right. I should probably start at the beginning. That's a good place to start. I have a mystery guest scheduled to join me in the first hour of the show here. We will see if that mystery guest shows up. If they do not, it'll be the funniest thing ever. Those of you that subscribe to the Chad Duke Show already know who the mystery guest is. 143 likes. 200 likes. 200 likes by the end of the first hour, or this whole thing goes up in fucking flame. Where's David Slot? All right, I am playing hurt. I am under the weather. I do not feel good. I was infected by some sort of gribbling gook from a well-intended listener. I did a Christmas bourbon release party. You would never know it. You would never know it looking at the Instagram for Flying Ace Farm. But I did, and I think it sold out, and it was a great time. But somebody gave me whatever it was they were carrying around, and so I have a cough. It's a pretty lingering cough. So I'm going to be hitting that cough button many times throughout the course of the afternoon. So if you want to bitch and moan in the chat, I understand. I don't like it any more than you do. I'm just giving you a heads up. We also have phones. We have phones today. So if you care about your Schoode and you're worried about my voice and you're worried about me being able to make it all the way through, dial me up. Shoulder the burden. Take a load off. Solid dude. Take a load off, my turkeys. Take a load for free. Take my load. 571-624-1941. I'll be nice. I promise. Josh Roca will be screening the calls. So at any time during the course of the program you feel like dialing us up, you are more than welcome to do so. Big Dane Aye Mayne will join us in just a couple of few. The second hour of the show. He should be on, I think, for the whole hour. My old buddy Damon Martin, if you used to listen to my radio show, used to come on crossing the streams all the time to talk fisticuffs with us. He will join us. There are two fisters this weekend. We got Jake Paul and Mike Tyson, the dream opponent that we all drew up for Mike Tyson when we were playing Mike Tyson's Punch-Out when we were 6 years old. And then UFC is, of course, star-studded at MSG, but the headliner is Stipe Miocic fighting John Bones Jones for the title. Some would say a contested heavyweight title. So we'll do that. And then my buddy Jay Chandrasekhar, you might know him. Littering and smoking the reefer. Super Trooper, director, author, member of Club Dread will be with us. Very excited for that. That'll be the final hour of the show. So if you can't stick with us the entire time, drift back and forth. Enjoy at your leisure. We do accept super chats on CDVTW. Cool Story Bros, $4.99. Thank you so much. You got it right. It is CDVTW time. Yo, Spider Clamp 10, Chad Dukes Show, gifted memberships. Thank you so much, brother. That is in a league of their own. Thank you so much, Clamp. I'm a big fat fan of that. And if you wonder how do I get one of them gifted memberships that Spider Clamp so generously baptized the stream with, well, you could just go look in the description of this video and click that link. It says join. And then you don't have to join. You don't have to pay anything. You just turn on accept gifted membership. And then maybe, just maybe, it's in number 10's hands. Maybe, just maybe, you will be blessed with a membership to this channel, which gets you access to the entire back catalog. Enoch, $20 super chat. Thank you, buddy. CDBTW, the best sports show ever. I've always said this, and I have never tweeted any other shows. Well, there's one lie in that fucking tweet. There might be two lies in that super chat. Shroka, do me a favor. I can do this the first hour without him, but if you don't mind sending our mystery guest a text and just asking what the fuck he's doing, at least I'll have some sort of an indicator if I should just move on with the show or if he is going to show up, because he was supposed to be here 7 minutes ago.
All right. Reaching out.
Thank you, bud. Once you see the mystery guests, you will know that this behavior is very much in sync with what you already know about this person. David Flaccoberry, $5. Thank you so much. Ran the dang ball. Shoot, you're going to be running the ball with Anthony Richardson moving forward. I did see that he is back in the saddle for your beloved Indianapolis football coach, David Flaccoberry. Thank you so much for the super chat. Jeffrey Schools, $1.99. CDVTW fat tax paid. Yeah, if you're over 240 pounds, you owe me $1.99. That is the fat tax. So I will take it in a super chat. I will take it in a Venmo, Venmo.com/ChadDukes. But yeah, if you're over 240, you owe me. Largemouth ass just dropped 20 Chad Dukes Show memberships. 20 Chad Dukes Show memberships. Holy shit, that might be a record. That might be a record. Those are $5 a pop, bro. Shit. Hold on, Control D. Thank you so much, largemouth ass. Apologies for the voice. I love you. In that way. Don't let that Trump chat cheat you that way, motherfucker. You go in there and you keep that war in Ukraine going. You open that border up. You put those pronouns in that Twitter profile. You do what you want to do. You give 20 gifted memberships to me. Whatever you want. Let's let biological males compete against females. All the stuff you're passionate about, bro. I want you to get it. Thank you, brother. Make sure you have accept gifted memberships turned on. Tom G, officer friendly, $19.99. Yo, like, will the burner be a mystery guest? It ain't no mystery who the burner is. Nobody burns them like the burner. I could see it. I could see it. While we're waiting for the mystery guest.
Your mystery guest is online.
I saw. I'm doing a show here, Josh. Poor Josh.
I know he's impatient.
I don't give a fuck. He can go. I love him to death, but if he's impatient, he can go. Fine. I've got a lot of time to fill. I didn't want to get this plug in. I didn't want to burden my mystery guest with having to sit through a plug. The official Chad Dukes Show Thanksgiving tea is now officially available. It will only be available through 6 p.m. If you would like to grab one, there's two ways. One, there's a link pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. If you're on Facebook or someplace else, you can go over there and check it out. Two, there is a QR code above my sweet little face right now. You can scan that with your phone if you're on a desktop or a laptop. But my shirt will only be available during this program. The What's Good Maturkeys official Thanksgiving tea. We do not suffer any disrespect for Thanksgiving on the Chad Dukes Show. We do not overlook it. It is not obfuscated by Halloween and Christmas. We give it, it's just desserts. Speaking of desserts, do we have any desserts, Josh? I'm starving. Any pumpkin pie back there? Pecan pie? He won't play the game with me the way Tor does, the way Jim Jester does. So, anyway, grab yourself a shirt. If we sell 50 shirts during this show, we will do another episode of Chad Dukes versus the World. That is my bargain with you. All right, there he is.
My guy.
What go on Dukes.com/draft. If that is still up, I'm gonna check it right now.
Let me check.
You should have checked it before you put that up, brother. I'm doing it at the same time you are. BigOnDukes.com/draft. Looks better than Dillinger on my end.
Thank God. Hey, man.
Hey, buddy. How are you?
I'll play the game with you. What game are we playing?
Oh, I just asked Josh. I said, oh, man, speaking of pies, do we have any pies in the back there? I'm starving.
What's it like having a producer that won't talk to you?
I got a couple of them, actually. I got one I want to show you a picture of here in a second. So you won't play the game with me either. I'm going to find somebody to play that game with me. When I do, the world will be my oyster. But for now, this oyster's my oyster, so don't you be touching it. Drab T-shirt joins me. What's that, Drabby?
I said, who's your only guest? Such a prima donna and pain in the ass that won't let you tease him.
That would be you. Whenever I book Drab, he's like, it's true, man. Like, but if do me a favor, if anybody asks you what that skinny is about, tell him to keep it on the low. And I'm like, I'm not keeping anything on the low, Drab, but I'll keep it to myself until you can get on. Keep it on the low, dude. I'm gonna be
I just like
taping mid-season.
Hey, I cranked that out at 10:30 today. So get home, see you.
Why is your connection so? May I? Hey, thing.
What are you talking about? I'm 5 bars here.
You're Tim Lagler.
Nah,
he's already frozen. You want to
God,
shut
are
down?
You kidding me?
I swear, Josh, that's on his end, right? That's not on our end.
That's totally on his end.
I just restart and then join me back up again. I got nothing to do.
All right.
I'll
be right back.
All right, love you. In that way. I got 5 bars here. So that definitely means he's on Wi-Fi, right? There's no chance there's an Ethernet cable going in anywhere near that fucking computer. Oh, Jesus Christ. Thank you, Enoch. I checked for pies in the back, too, because we're fresh out. Somebody will play with me. Somebody will play. Thank you for the $5, Enoch. We'll wait and see if Drabby can get his fucking act together. Hey, Duke, I'll come on the show for you, but you're still persona non grata over here at the mothership, so if you could keep that on the down low, that would be absolutely fantastic. Thank you. By the way, I just bought myself another 5-gallon Spacklebuck and a Bliss deck, so this should last me through the end of November. Corey Rita, 1 hundo bomb. Red October, excited for CDVTW on YouTube. Mazel tov, Corey. That helps me play hurt. That level of support. Thank you, brother. Very, very kind. This is really the only place where I get to keep any of the money you guys send. If you send it over when I'm doing the other shows, I got to pay everybody else in my life. I got a lot of open mouths in my life, and I like to take care of them. So makes me very, very happy when Corey drops a 1 hundo bomb, because that goes right into the coffers. See if he's back. What are the chances this connection's better? Anybody want to bet right now? Drabby, now, is that a MacBook Air that you're on?
2017.
Okay.
MacBook Pro.
Oh.
Yeah, come on. Hey, I did an internet speed test, 190 MBs a second.
What's your upload speed, you fucking clown?
39.
All right, that should be good enough.
Come on, I pay for the blast, Verizon Blast. It ain't me. Now, I do have a lot of pornography on this network. Could be slowing things down.
You've got a house full of people that I'm guessing use lots of technology, and they might be on the web as well, correct?
I do have a newly installed illegal cable service, a black box. Maybe that's what's slowing things down.
It could be. Where'd you get that from? Was it Evan from Evan and Sarah?
Honestly, some shady guy on the street outside the radio station. But it's amazing. I know I'm a skinflint and all the words that you want to throw out at me, but It's the best. It's the best non-purchase I've ever made in my life.
Well,
The
I
guy
can't.
actually gave it to me.
Was he a fan or something? Did he know who
He's
you
a
were?
He's a fan of Eric Bickle, and I'm just a hanger on.
Yeah, I know what that's like.
Yeah,
I've been there.
but I got all the movie channels. Played Mortal Kombat with a friend in Vietnam.
Get out of here.
No, but I got I can watch the stock games and all that. That's the only thing I really use it for.
Surround sound make George Lucas cream in his pants.
I started watching The Penguin last night, and my God, is that a dark TV show? Can we get the sun to come out at all on that show? That's all I want. Everyone's telling me, watch The Penguin, watch The Penguin. I need a little bit of sun. You know my rules, Dukes.
Yeah, you wouldn't watch Daredevil because you said it was physically too dark and you couldn't see anything that was going on the screen, correct?
Correct. I don't like yeah, I need the sun out. But have you started watching The Penguin yet?
Yeah, I finished it last night. It's one of my topics for today.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good timing by you, Drab. We picked up right where we left off.
And this is also my problem with it, and you know my problem with it.
You probably have the same problem that I do, I guess, but go ahead.
I'm watching the show to see that handsome man on the left. I don't want to see Cobblepot. I want to be able to tell that's Colin Farrell, and I can't get a sniff of him, not even his beautiful eyes. Like I could be anybody under there. I don't like it.
Well, that's all right, that's phrased differently than the way that I would put it. But I also share some of those sentiments. There's not an enormous amount of acting jobs out there for big, fat, ugly guys. And like if we're able to get one, and then some slim, slender, fucking firm-jawed leading man comes in and jumps into a bag full of pillows, and they apply some pancake makeup to him, and he steals our role. Like if this happened when straight people play gay people now, Drabby, it's fucking Armageddon. I mean, before you even get to guys wearing blackface back on the Man Show, like if anyone plays anything other than what they are, the internet just starts howling, unless it is a big, fat, ugly guy, because everybody hates big, fat, ugly guys, so they don't care that Colin Farrell took away one of the greatest roles. And they keep comparing it to The Sopranos, but I'm like, yeah. James Gandolfini is a fantastic actor, but he's a big fat bald guy that was given a chance to be the lead in the greatest TV show of all time, and we don't get many chances like that. So yeah, that kind of irritated me.
I feel like the only reason Colin Farrell was cast in this, I mean, he's a great actor, of course, but it's so that idiots like you and me would get around the water cooler and go, "Can you believe that Colin Farrell and all that makeup? I gotta watch it." And then we watch it. We're like, all right. And then you're disappointed that you can't see him.
Well,
that's how it goes for me.
I wasn't going there for batch material, which is what it sounds like you were going there for. But there's nobody attractive in that movie. I mean, can you think, or in that show, like every scene is very unattractive. Like they really wanted to make Gotham as awful as they possibly could. There's going to be an episode that you're going to love where, and they don't do this that often in TV shows and movies now, where the female villain, it's explained that none of it is her fault and it's all the patriarchy's fault. So you're really going to dig that episode. It's about 3 in.
Okay. All right. Well, that's something new. We haven't seen that before.
Certainly haven't. Maleficent. What's the
Are you out? Now, are you out on it?
On what?
Well, I mean, I know you don't like those kind of setups and the blame pie to go on you or the man out there. So is that turn you off to it?
The whole show?
Yeah.
No, I just finished it last night. It was here's the problem I have with shows like that, and I'm stealing this jag from somebody. I don't remember who. If somebody in the chat remembers, I will give them full credit. Television shows nowadays, they don't have to end at all. They never have to actually write an ending to the show. They can just leave it open-ended and say, well, it was just a one-shot deal or 6 episodes or whatever, or they just know they're going to get canceled. Like there's this show called From on Amazon that everyone screams and yells about it. You love it. It's just like Lost. It's just a ripoff of Lost. One of the guys from Lost is in it. They're just recreating Lost 20 years later, so people have forgotten about it. They think this is somehow like this new crazy thing. But there's never any payoffs. They never reveal anything, and I just know they're just waiting for the show to get canceled, or they never have to tell, oh man, we had so much great stuff planned for you. I feel like so many TV shows I get into, that is the way they end. And it started with The Sopranos. Like, it started with them deciding, like, oh, it's
Yeah.
open-ended. You don't know what takes place. Like, you're the writer, motherfucker. Like, you're supposed to tell me what happens at the end of this show.
Well, Dukes, I think I've told you, a few years ago, I actually hate TV shows because of this. Not just the ending, but everything is drawn out, and I don't have. It's hard enough for me to sit there for, 15 minutes without looking at my phone. But to go through 10 episodes, 4 seasons, like, I'm just so burnt out of these dumb shows by the end of it, and everything's stringing out, and you're just trying to get me to come back for another week or another episode. And then you finally get to the end, and it's some shit like that where it's like, choose your own adventure. You decide. No, I sat through this crap for hours on end. Please give me a fitting ending. I'm too dumb to decide what happens here.
Also, I don't want to decide what happens. I don't want homework. Like, I don't like at the end of a football game, there shall be a conclusion. That's it's one of the reasons why, and you've heard me say this a lot, I prefer movies, because unless it's Dune and hey, we're making 3 of these, and it's a story that's already taken place, I'm going to get an end to the fucking movie. That's why I didn't like the Dead Rising bit, where it's like, now I got to wait a year and a half to figure out like what this stupid key goes to. And by the way, I don't know if you watched the new Dead Rising trailer, or whatever it's called. What is it called? What's the new Mission Impossible movie called? Dead Reckoning?
Dead Reckoning, yeah.
I'm out. They waited too long.
They waited too long. I was having this conversation the other day with Valdez. I can't remember. I love the first one. I can't tell you what it's about. There's something about a key and a sentinel or something like that, and AI, and a train falls off a cliff. I don't remember anything other than that.
I know about
the key. Does he have the keys? Does he have the keys, or is he missing a key? I don't remember.
I also remember it being like, I thought the movie was ending, and then there was another hour of movie, and I'm like, Tom, nobody loves you as much as I do, but fucking, if we can't figure this out, like, chop it up into a trilogy then, big man. Like, why are we sitting here for 2 hours and 70 minutes? I did get steamed up about the Days of Thunder rumor that he's poking around that. If he wants to give that the Top Gun Maverick treatment, I'd be all in on that.
Mm-hmm. I'm back in on the movie theaters, Dukes. There's nothing beats the movie theater experience. And I felt like a little schoolboy a couple of weeks ago. You know that giddy feeling when you're like, you've been waiting for something, or you're just a little bit excited. So I lied to my family last 2 Sundays ago. I told my family I was going to church. Okay.
Oh, how gullible is your family?
Well, I do go I go like every other week, a lot of times by myself, because my kids are just a pain in the butt. Sometimes I take them. My wife's not Catholic, but my kids, it's just hard, right? They're just turned 4, but it's still kind of hard to take them, and it's a huge pain in the ass. So I told them I was going to church by myself. I peeled out of my driveway on 2 wheels, and I drove straight to the Centerville theaters, the Cinemark. God, that place is awesome, by the way.
They're ratchet. I mean, I can't believe that's the one you go to.
It was the only place with a 9:55 showing. Everywhere else was open at 11:30.
So you lied about going to worship the Lord, and you went to the Cinemark in fucking Centerville?
I told my family I was going to the 10 a.m. mass and then to Costco. And I went to the Cinemark, and that place hadn't been touched since the day they remodeled it 25 years ago, right?
Sure.
And I went. Here's the part that made me feel guilty. I went to Conclave because I wanted to see the Catholic movie. So
you went to go see it. Isn't it shitting all over the Catholics? Like all the Catholics.
I know. I didn't really know that till the end. There's a big twist at the end. I think it's a big FU to the Catholic Church.
Of course it is.
I want to see the inner workings of the Vatican.
By the way, make that fucking movie about anything to do with Islam. Make it about Jews, anything else. The only fucking punching bag they'll use is the Catholic Church and all these. You couldn't figure out what that was going to be. I'm guessing kid touching came up.
Not really. Maybe, but that wasn't the big twist. I'm not going to say because it is a good movie. I thought we liked those guys. I thought we liked those actors.
I do. Is it Guy Fieri? Who's the guy in that movie? Ralph Fiennes, the Red Dragon.
Ralph Fiennes, and I don't think that's how you say his name, but
yeah, that's how you say his name.
And Stanley Tucci.
I like those guys.
Me too.
I'm just saying the second. Guys. Bro, the second you saw a trailer where they're criticizing Catholicism, weren't you just like, okay, this is just
I'm
more of the
stupid.
same?
I wanted to. I told you I want to see the inner workings of the vote. I guess, and for the white smoke and all that, for the pomp and circumstances. I'm a big fan. And then
It's
of course
probably-
at the end it was a big middle finger to the Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Kinda.
Yeah.
All right,
That's
but I run to that theater by I run inside. I ditch my family. I ditch church. I get a big popcorn. I'm running down that hallway, skipping. I'm taking a big leak by myself. I was so excited. I don't know. There's something about the movie theaters that until the day I die, dude, I will love it. I'll be the last patron. I don't care.
I go there every week. I try to see a movie every single week. I'm with you. It's sad to me that not only do you have to blaspheme to go see a movie, but you have to lie to everybody that you care about to make it happen. Whereas at the conclusion of this fucking show, if I wanted to, I could go see a movie. Tomorrow, if I want to, I can go see a movie before I do my show. Like, it just bums me out that like you've shackled yourself to this new life.
A lot changed. As soon as I hit leave on this Zoom box here, Dukes, I'm going to take my kids to soccer practice. That's the new life. Love it or leave it.
Is it everything you hoped it would be? I mean, I do remember you saying this is what you wanted, that you wanted a shitload of kids and to be miserable all the time.
Some days it's really, really hard, but the payoff is pretty good a lot of times too. So I don't know. It's more fulfilling, but much more of a pain in the ass, if that makes sense.
There's a lot of insurance claims being fulfilled around that place. I know that much.
Speaking of miserable life, Cakes told me today that Oscar Santana is back living at his mom's house.
Get the fuck out of here.
Nah, I don't know any details. Now, look, he did this on the air. So he was talking about Kevin. Remember, Cakes always talks about his neighbor Kevin, the manly Kevin. And he was talking about his neighborhood. He goes, and Oscar Santana is back living at his mother's house. He didn't say maybe his wife Shannon's there. I don't know. I think he said their house is being remodeled or they sold a house or something. I don't know. But I know the Oscar's back on, what's that? Cashel Lane?
Cashel Road.
Cashel Road, yeah.
I've never met a DJ, much less two DJs, that said the name of the road they live on more than those two nudniks. I mean, they fucking, the only other one was John Norman. He loved to live in Cat Harpin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dunnigan.
Does that make you a little happy that Oscar's living at his mom's house?
I guess. I don't know. I would hope it's not for health reasons. That's the only way it's not hilarious. Like if he's taking care of his sick.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But if he's just living at his parents' house again, especially after, is that not the house where she would rub the Robitussin on his chest and comment whether or not he had too much chest stubble after shaving it?
Yeah, and all the dead relatives on the mantle.
Yeah.
I hope this is because he's made that horrible decision all those years ago to move to Georgetown to buy that shoebox that needed restoration. I mean, by the way, how many times has he remodeled that house? This has got to be the 7th time. I mean, he was doing that years ago.
Yeah, but we always said about him, it's about the zip code. It's about saying I live in Georgetown. It's nothing else to do with actual functionality Oscar's a lot of things. He's not a man of many passions. As a matter of fact, other than like himself, I can't name one passion that he has. So like where he lives, where he works, the zip code that he operates in, where he vacations, I would think that's the most important thing to him. But moving back in with your parents' house would fly in the face of all of that, would it not?
Yeah, he's passionate about renovations. My mom was here a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
and she's
what base you get to?
My mom's sobbing. Please move home. I want you to move home. You have family that loves you. You guys should move out here. I'm like, Mom, I love you, Mom. After about 45 minutes, I got enough. I can't be having you in my house all the time and me expected to come over for Sunday night. It's just too much. It's too much of a commitment. I love you, but I like being 3,000 miles away.
Yeah,
a lot of crying when my mom was here.
Yeah, I like that second part. The first part, I wouldn't even. I want to be as far away from all of my parents as possible. Okay, you need to have as many barriers as possible, and they'll thank you for it. Your relationship will be better because you guys won't be sick of each other. You'll be sick of living next to your mom the first day you move there. Also, what are you going to do there? Fuck a horse? I mean, what is there to do up there? there's not any
nothing. I mean, that's why, yeah. It would be the end of my media career for sure.
You would run a horse brothel, and that would be the end of it.
I'd be working like for the Washington Department of Transportation or something, filling potholes.
I mean, that's not terrible. It's probably have a good medical plan.
It's probably get paid a lot more than I do now.
Yeah, hell yeah. You like to shit out kids? I bet they got a good medical plan. Like, I mean, there's all kinds.
I'm sure they do.
Can you send Cakes a link real quick?
Who?
Cakes. Do you think he'll come on and just tell us? I just want to get a confirmation from him about Oscar. Just send him a link and see if he can jump on.
Okay.
Is that cool?
I don't know if he knows a lot of details. Yeah.
Well, I don't need any details. Two things. One is I want to know where he saw him, and then two, I want to know if he's willing to go over there and knock on the door.
Live on the air. Take your phone with you, Kicks.
I mean, I don't know. It'd be really funny if like that big fucking African mask face was sitting down there and I actually saw him for the first time in 5 years or whatever it is.
Oh God, would that be a payoff, huh?
Certainly would be. The only time that I usually get reunited with my co-host is if Barty and Blue Shorts hijack me in the fucking show without telling me on a bad internet connection. Joey8172, thank you so much for the $100 super chat. You are immense, my friend. Best new bit of the show, Smokey Mountain Joe accusing Ant of liking women and then Ant vehemently denying it. I can't get enough of it. Do you know about this bit, Drab T-shirt?
No.
So it goes something like this, and if you don't know the people that are involved, this isn't going to be entertaining for you, but I don't really care. Hit the like button. It goes something like this. Oh, Antman, I saw you get out of the car with a girl at the payway the other day. I bet you're taking her out on a date.
You take that back, Joe. Don't you go spreading that around. I don't want people to know that about me.
Oh, Antman, I bet you tried to hold her hand too. Did you give her a kiss on the cheek at the end of the meal?
Joe, don't you be spreading that malarkey. You people start hearing that about me, I'll never forgive you.
Oh, Antman, did you take her to the Silver Diner for breakfast the next day?
Joe, I've had just about enough.
It goes like that. So that's the bit.
Are you clamoring for Smokey Mountain Joe to come back?
No, I just really love the impression. The impression is
it's a pretty good impression. I told you saw my comment the other day. I got a big problem with him, man.
Oh yeah.
I mean, the guy's an idiot. He doesn't know up from down, left from right. He's accusing me of doing stuff on the Big On Duke that I never did. And I was watching the other day, and I saw you also put out the clip. And by the way, I'm loving the shows. I'm loving that Dane's back.
Thank you.
I like that when the surprise Bo came on. By the way, Bo, update the paneling in the basement. What are we doing here? That's 1973. The Big O and Duke show, as Bo called it. I'm enjoying the show, but yeah, Ant-Man still pisses me off to this day. Every other time I see him, he says some dumb thing that drives me to the wall. And him saying that I screwed up the big reveals. I'm a reveal master. It's one of my specialties. I don't start with 1 and go to 5 like that idiot Jim Jester did the other day.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you brought it up because I wanted to show it to you. Joey, thank you so much for the $100 Red October. You are a gentleman and a scholar, and I'm sure you have a thick, veiny dick. Look at this picture, Drab T-shirt.
Well, yeah.
Do you know what this is a picture of?
No. I mean, besides Jim Jester.
This is my producer, Jim Jester. This is what I'm left with. I've run everyone else off. I asked him to look up the definition of something, and this is what he did. He looked up in the air. That's a shoot, Drab. Instead of going on Google and finding the video or the link or whatever I needed, he looked up at the ceiling like it was going to be spray painted to the roof of the Fortress of Solitudes, which I can confirm it was not.
Hey, Jester's doing first off, props to Jester. He's losing weight. He's doing the right things in life.
Because he almost died. What are you talking about?
Sometimes that's what you need. I mean, you almost died. Quit drinking alcohol for a year. You had to make some better choices for a while.
What are you talking about?
Back in Arizona, remember you were fun and you weren't drinking and the best year of your life, you weren't drinking alcohol.
You're full of shit. I started drinking the second I got to Arizona again.
What? No, it was like 6 months. It was like 6 months you didn't drink while you were there.
Clown, you didn't know me when I wasn't drinking. The best year of my life definitely involved drinking, and that was 2006, 2007 in Phoenix. You are correct about that. But just because you're a square Don't project that onto the rest. Everyone else is capable of having alcoholic beverages and just chilling out.
Maybe I am. It was a few months while you were there, at least, that you weren't drinking.
It could have been.
It was a few months.
Look at this.
Did you?
Boy?
Oh, Tom OB. I love Tom. My wife loves Tom more than I do, and I love Tom a lot. I mean,
Your
Tom
wife loves
just
Tom more than you do?
My wife I don't think has ever met OB. And OB, I don't think has ever met my kids. I might be wrong, but Tom sent for the 4th straight year my kids' birthday presents the other day. He's incredible.
Sweet. Yeah,
he is incredible. He sent them. We did my first science lab or something. It was something like that, and mixed a bunch of colors, and it was great. OB's the best, man.
Every once in a while, Tom OB will just be drunk out at his cabin in West Virginia, and he'll Venmo me enough money to pay Jester for the entire week. And I'm like, I don't know what brought this on, but I don't deserve it. But yes, I would agree with you. He is a mensch's mensch. Largemouth ass, $20 super chat. Thank you so much, brother. I just want the Ruskies to lose. Yeah, see, that's where you and I differ, my friend. I don't give a fuck what the Russians do. I don't give a fuck what the Ukrainians do. I don't give a fuck what the Mexicans do. I don't give a fuck what anybody does outside of the contiguous United States. That is my controversial domestic policy. So it's a long story short, Drabby, but Largemouth Ass was kicked out of a private Trump chat that some of my listeners assembled because he has far leftist views, and they were very upset by it.
Have any of your listeners assembled a far left chat?
Yeah, I think so. There's a bunch of. Well, I know for a fact that a lot of them are big libs. Bustles is a big lib. Like Bo is a big lib. Like it ain't that big of a fucking deal. I think that's why, this aggressive. The problem is whenever you're in a chat and if one person has a dissenting idea, it topples the apple cart. Well, then I question your convictions, and that's what happened to those idiots.
I always remember what you say, Dukes, about the election. I don't know why. I should not be thinking about you on election day. But you always say that you'll never agree with everything everybody has to say. So you have to pick the couple things that are most important to you and roll with that. So if abortion is your number one thing, then go with that, or
no
top things, or it doesn't work that way.
You butchered my take. No, that's not what I said. I don't like people being a one-issue voter, and this past
you like
election,
them to be a 3-issue voter.
I'd like for you to do as well as you can. And if there's some things that you don't agree with, but you still think you have a better chance of accomplishing the greater good, then you vote for that candidate. Yes, that is what I say. Controversial opinion.
Did you feel like wasting? Did you waste time voting, or you still get that that American feeling that this is a democracy? And I just knew it was a waste of time because my wife was canceling out my vote.
No, I understand what you're saying, and I know this is going to sound a bit hypocritical because you and I did a radio segment once called Roll the Vote, where we were going to sit around eating rolls instead of voting, and then you lied to my face and said, I won't vote and you won't vote, and that way we don't have to cancel out each other's votes because you were going to vote for Obama and I was going to vote for McCain. Yes, and we agreed to that shit.
You were a big Hillary supporter and
out of your
Obama.
Fucking mind.
Are you kidding me? I know I didn't.
You have lost your fucking mind. You didn't like McCain, and I did, and I said, "Look, I won't vote."
What a revisionist history.
And then Then we don't have to cancel it. And then the next day on the show, you came in and said, "Hey, Dukes, I went out and voted anyway." And I realized that you had completely fucking hornswoggled me.
I thought I was such a cat. I thought I didn't tell you till like 2 years later. I thought I was a huge coward about it. And you still flipped out.
Well, I mean, it's a fucking betrayal. I mean, that's kind of a bit. The reason I vote is to cancel my brother's vote out. I mean, I will never not vote just because I want the satisfaction of knowing his vote means nothing. Out of spite, I returned the shirt out of spite. That t-shirt.
That's okay.
It's all right, right? Hey, read some of these super chats for me, please. My voice.
Enoch. Thanks for the $5. I check pies in the back, Dukes. We are fresh out.
We certainly are. Enoch was the one that was willing to do the bit with me.
Enoch again. Does Drabby hate the penguin because it's too dark or because Cobblepot doesn't have 31-inch waist? Too dark is the main reason. I'm only one episode in, but also I like to see sexy Colin Farrell, or at least to know that's Colin Farrell underneath there. Give me a little tease. All right.
I don't remember if we talked about this the last time we were on. Have you ever seen The Gentleman? The The Guy Ritchie, Colin Farrell movie?
No.
I think you'd like it a lot. He plays a character called the Coach. If you just start watching clips on YouTube, I think you'll fall in love with this fucking guy. And he's wearing flat caps and tracksuits, like snug tracksuits the whole time. He looks very handsome.
I will check that out, Dukes. I did want to get your thought on something, though.
right.
I think you have me blocked on social media. You may not have seen this. And this past Saturday night, I actually had a really fun night. And I think you would like it. Even though you complain about we're children and all we care about is nostalgia. I had an amazing nostalgia night on Saturday. And it had nothing to do with me. I was just a tag along. So my wife's friend turned 40 years old, and they threw a birthday party, a throwback
What's his name?
birthday party. Her name is Lauren. A throwback birthday party. We got a minibus, first of all, so it's fun drab, and it was a 90s costume party, and we went to the roller rink at 10 o'clock at night.
Fucking stinks.
Dukes, I'm telling you, it was one of the best nights I've had in a long time. You would have loved it. I know you, Dukes. You love the roller rink. I've heard you tell many stories over the years about the roller rink. And
what in the fuck are you talking about?
Dukes, when was the last time you went? And do you have some core memories at the roller arena?
I feel like Bill the Butcher when he's like, what in heaven's name are you talking about? Are you conflating the fact that I like driving past that big skate out in fucking Woodbridge or wherever the hell that is, Haymarket, when you're on your way out to 95? Do you think that I'm going out to the roller derby every weekend, that I'm going out and rollerblading? I've never been on a pair of roller skates in my life.
What?
Yes, you don't. You're some other fat, robust fucking.
Maybe that it's been a few years. Maybe it was me and Santana who bonded over the strobe lights of the roller rink. But
that sounds like a Santana Thursday episode, Drab and Oscar of Nothing topic. Yes, that's what that sounds like.
Let me tell you something. It was a throwback. If I didn't know any better, you could have told me it was 1993. First off, the roller rink looked like they turned the lights off in 1993.
What's the name of the roller rink? Tell me the name.
It's the one on Sudley and Manassas. I don't even know the name of it. That's the only one there is. All the rest of them have all gone out of business. It's right there by the old Big O.
Is it skating fun, you hack?
Yeah, skating fun. Yeah. Am I supposed to know the name?
I don't know.
I've been to skating fun.
Have I been to skating fun?
Yeah.
No, I don't go to places like this. There is a fucking unicorn dabbing on the cover here.
Well, okay, look, it's for children. I'm not,
kids.
But it was a throwback. It was a private party. It started at 10:30 at night. It was 10:30 to 12:30.
Adult birthday parties. Is this what you did? Book now. Fun party, $300. Glow party, $350. What did you get? Ultimate glow party.
I didn't pay one dime. I have no idea. I just showed up. I was dressed up as Woody Harrelson in White Men Can't Jump.
Okay, I don't hate that.
My wife was Rosie Perez. And I got on. I'm an old school guy. I don't do rollerblades. Rollerblades are for really skinny guys or rich kids that played hockey.
Do you know how to roller skate? I mean, that would be the problem, is I couldn't enjoy myself.
No,
I don't know how to do
I
it.
slammed into the wall. Like I'm better than my wife. She fell 15 times, and she had a giant I don't know what you call it. What's that word? Hematoma. What is that word?
Hematoma
on her leg, Dukes. Her leg is still black. Her leg is black.
Why does that sound like fun? I mean, why does that sound like?
No. I had fun. The people breaking her wrist did not have fun. One girl underwent surgery yesterday for her broken wrist. She was so hammered, and that was also the problem. We went to open road beforehand, and everyone had a bunch of cocktails.
Oh, sure.
So they were all hammered. Now look, the lights were out. It was a much cooler vibe than what you're looking right there. It was a bunch of the lights were out. The thong was playing.
The thong. I want to make sure everybody understands that the thong.
I said thong song. Relax.
You know what you said. You know what you
all
said.
90s hits: Smash Mouth, Chumbawamba, Britney, Hit Me Baby One More Time. All the hits. And it was like, I don't know, 40, 50 people there. There was a couple skate. They didn't do the limbo. I really wanted to do the limbo.
Are you
But
jacking
dude,
with me? Are you jacking with me right now?
I'm not jacking with you, Dukes. I like nostalgia. I like the 90s. What is wrong with you? You don't like the 90s?
I like the 90s just fine. I'm not going to pretend that going out for my wife's friend's birthday party at a roller skating rink is some sort of an incredible evening. And I feel like you don't believe that either. You just know me so well, and you know what's going to wind me up. You come in with stories about this shit.
I'm not trying to wind you up. I had a great time. I think everybody there was howling and laughing. It was life is stressful. Our only thing that makes us happy is our memories. And it was I was ported back to 6th grade, Dukes. And there was other guys there. He goes, hey Matt, you see that bench over there?
That's where I asked walking. Those other guys there doing that.
Yeah, this guy, he goes, or Matt, he would call me Drab. Hey Matt, that's where I asked my first girlfriend out, right there on the bench.
Oh my God.
My first kiss was over here. It was a good time, man.
You sure you didn't go to a Kamala rally and you didn't even realize it? You sure you weren't paid $1 million like Oprah?
It wasn't a political thing. There were a bunch of Trump people.
If you cause multiple bone fractures at your party at this age, like I can't imagine that being a success. Like that's something you want to get under your belt when you're in your mid-20s. Now it's like that's a devastating thing to go through. And especially like it's almost like giving somebody a pet as a gift where it's like there's all of this now responsibility that comes along with it. If you're going to throw a party, the most I want to be involved is I want to stand someplace and have beverages and maybe put a present on a table. Like even when I enjoyed going on CK's bachelor party, but how presumptuous was that? It's like we've got to get on a bus and we've got to go 4 hours away, and then we're going to be getting back at 2 o'clock in the morning.
The bus is very stressful because you're trapped, and you know me, I like to slide out the back door.
Yeah,
no, I like to. Yeah, I don't like to be overcommitted to something. So once you're on the bus, you're stuck on the bus. But there were plenty of people that were there. They were just watching and having drinks and didn't put on skates at all. But dude, it was fun, man. Now let me tell you, I guess you haven't been. You never went. When you were 12 years old, you could fall 100 times on that floor and get right back. Oh my God, dude! You fall one time, my body is so black and blue as well. It hurts so bad, but the rush of nostalgia kept going.
I wish you'd stop saying that. You could turn on the 90s station on Sirius and feel a rush of nostalgia. You don't have to sacrifice your body. Do you remember when you played flag football with the Chad Duke show and your fucking calf blew up to the size of a rugby ball the next day and you couldn't walk? So why did you think you'd be capable of this?
The only time I fell was when my wife pulled me down. I didn't fall down at all. Not once.
Shocker.
No, I couldn't know how to stop.
She wants you dead. If the next time you come on the show, I'm going to show the video of her trying to drown you at Fairwinds because I still have it on my phone.
Yeah. What are you talking about? Those Fairwinds appearances were just as dangerous as the Roll Arena.
Oh, I'll never defend those. How many times I scream at Charlie Bruce?
Charlie Bruce and Sam Fisher were trying to decapitate people.
Yeah, that dude Sam stopped listening to the show because he said that I was too mean to Phyllis Speech. I still don't understand that. Phyllis Speech still listens to the show. No, I don't care. I still don't understand that. All right, will you read that super chat, please?
Holy shit. Drabby turned to Jesus just to avoid his kids.
No shit. That's exactly what happened, Enoch. Lance, thank you for becoming a new member. Appreciate you. Never enough Smokey Mountain Joe impressions. Let those mother effers rip. Mikey Sleep. That's your guy, Drabby. Does he still sponsor your show? I've tried to get him.
Yes, he does. We did a Don't Sleep endorsement today. Valdez and I during bit season. If you want to hear more about my roller arena experience, listen to bit season.
No, I don't. I don't want to hear more about it. But if anyone else is really compelled, please go listen to bit season. Oh. It's available in the Junkies podcast.
Cake said early. He said, "When is it?" I said, "We are live right now," and then that was it.
You want to call him real quick?
Oh, come on. We were just riffing. I thought we were having a good time.
We are, but if Oscar is next door to Cakes' house and we're both here, I would like to get to the bottom of it. Just call him real quick.
I texted him. I don't want to bother him.
You're not bothering him.
I'm not a big silly. You call him.
I'm gonna call him.
Yeah, put him on speakerphone. Tell him he's on speaker.
All right, I'll call him.
You're on the air.
Thank you, Mike. Don'tSleepEnergy.com is the website. Duke's promo code. Don't use the bit season promo code. Cakes, you're on the show right now.
Driving in my car through my town. What's up, buddy?
All right. So Drab says that he's not a big enough silly to call you and ask you this. So I'm going to ask you: is it true what you said on the Junkie Show this morning that Oscar Santana has moved back into his parents' house next door to your house?
No, that was so controversial. All right, let me just preface this by saying I'm not 100% sure of this intel that I'm giving. Okay.
Okay.
Because I had talked to my wife and I was like, I've seen Oscar a lot, like at his mom's house. Like, I hope my first inclination is maybe his mom is doing well. He's moving in to help, look after his mom. I have no idea. And she looked at me like I was an alien. She's like, no, I think his house is getting redone and he's moving back with his mom for a few months. So that's the intel that that's all I'm going on.
Oh, it makes me so happy, Cakes, because now I can laugh about it. If somebody was sick, like I wouldn't want that. But if his cheap ass is just moving back into his parents' house rather than like renting a condo, that is fucking hilarious.
See, and again, I didn't know this was such big, explosive, incendiary news. I was unaware of this. And again, I'm not the best source of information. This is like third or fourth hand information. So again, this intel is very flawed, but that's what I'm going on at this point.
Are you willing to go over there and knock on the door and see if he comes to the front door nothing but a towel?
Home, I would go do that, but I'm literally driving like away from my house. I mean, I guess I could do that when I returned. Like I'm just running an errand. Like I guess I could do that.
Yeah, if Oscar was my new neighbor, I'd drive away from my house too. Yeah, that'd be great if you don't mind going over there and like, well, I'll still be on, but you could just text Drab and let him know. I just would like confirmation. That would be fantastic news.
Okay, I mean, but if I do go like and he's there, then does that confirm like what I've been saying? I don't even know.
I just need you to go over there and say, hey, are you living here now? Just say that.
I could certainly do that for you. Yes.
Oh.
I'm your boots on the ground. You're Oscar Santana's possibly temporary residence.
You're the Oscar with the big O whisperer. All right, Cakes. That's all I needed. Thank you so much. That's fantastic. Thank you, Flakes.
No problem. I'm going to come on and give possibly faulty information to the Big O and Dukes, to the Chat Dukes audience.
Yeah, Drab just resigned, by the way. You'll find out about it. Check DCR TV. Thanks, buddy. Later. Hey, Drabby, that was worth all the bad connections. You all right? Your headphone just fell out of your ear there.
No, I got you. I can hear you. That's great news, isn't it? A couple months. And we know if a couple months probably means 8 months a year.
It's the best news you could have possibly given to me. Now, the question is if Cakes goes over there and he's not rebuffed, do we go to a Big O and Duke show from Oscar's parents' house since he's living there again?
Of course. That's the comeback that we all the perfect scenario, right?
How quickly
pick out the Mankini.
Was that the mini horse one too? Wasn't there a mini horse involved in that show?
Mini horse there. There was the inflatable punch. Then we have the sumo wrestlers in the front yard.
How quickly would he say he has to check with his partners if we asked him to do that? I mean, it would be instantaneous, right?
Of course, yeah. If he had 1 ounce of radio instincts left in him, he would agree to it.
We do it in 2 seconds. We could just do one of them, and then we could charge $1,000 a ticket for people to come in there because there's only going to be 11 tickets sold.
Hey, there's also I might be talking to a celebrity soon.
You are talking to a celebrity right now.
No. Well, one slightly less famous than you that that you might get a kick out of. Let me find his So this isn't going to make any sense, and my details about this are very spotty.
Okay.
But last week on the Junkies, we had a NASCAR driver. Okay, like he's a third or fourth tier NASCAR driver. So it's not even NASCAR. It's called like the ARCA series. And what he does is he a couple times a year rents a car for the weekend and drives. He must be rich. I don't really know how it works. So he was in Phoenix this past weekend at the Phoenix Raceway in a race going 180 miles an hour. And he was calling the junkies at like 5 a.m. because for whatever reason, he's a P1 of the station. He put Eric Pickles' Venmo on the car. Right?
What? That's awesome.
Yeah. But the main sponsor of the car is jokeland.com, which is Jackie.
You're not interviewing
Jackie
Jackie the Jokeland Marlin. You're not interviewing him.
No. In fact, I have Jackie's phone number. Jackie emailed me a couple months ago, and I didn't respond to it because I didn't think the junkies really wanted to talk to him.
I guarantee Bickle would want to talk to him.
I know. Bad radio instincts by me. But this guy was a great caller, right? He was funny. He was a great caller on the air. And he said that Jackie is the sponsor of his car and all kinds of stuff, right? And so then the guy, the driver named Alex, he texted me the other day and said, this is the worst details ever, but he said Howard Stern was making fun of Jackie's business skills on the show, and Ronnie the limo driver wants permission to use the audio and play it on Howard's show. I'm like, what? And then I kept telling the guy, I'm like, are you telling me that Howard Stern talked about Jackie being a NASCAR sponsor on the show on Monday? And he goes, yes. And I go, well, send me the audio. And he could never send me the audio. But then he sent me screenshots of him and Ronnie having conversations about NASCAR and pictures of his car with EB's Venmo on it.
Yeah, Ronnie loves NASCAR.
I said, tell Ronnie, the limo driver, to call me. And he gave me the thumbs up and he says, will do, expect a call. And that was the last conversation I had with the guy.
So you think Ronnie, the limo driver, is going to call you?
I don't know. I'm not in. Is Ronnie still on the Howard show?
He's on the show, but he's retired and relocated to Las
Vegas. Yeah, he's like 75 now.
It doesn't matter because he's got so many fucking moments on the show that anybody that's a Stern show, like Ronnie Mund, is a top 10 character all time. Even if you hate Stern now, you still love Ronnie the limo driver on the Howard Stern show. I would be very jealous of that. I would be very jealous if you got that call.
I know you would be. So I don't know if it's going to happen or not, but apparently Ronnie is supposed to call me at some point to talk to me about using the Junkies audio on Howard's show.
Why the fuck would Ronnie call you about using the Junkies audio?
I don't know. You know, when you get in these conversations with these listeners that give you like half details and are very bad at explaining things.
I know
this is what's going on.
He wants you to think he's a big silly. He is a P1 and he's flexing that he's got this other connection. Like, I'm in with Ronnie, the limo driver, because he thinks that'll impress you as well. That's what's going on there.
That's entirely possible. But I mean, he's sending me text messages it says Ronnie at the top and it's screenshots.
Yeah, I'm sure he knows Ronnie. Ronnie likes driving. Is the guy based in Vegas?
No, but I don't know where I think he's based here. Somehow he
knows.
Call him.
Call him. See if he'll put Ronnie on.
All right. You want me to call him right now?
Yeah, call him. Does he know who I am? Or has it been too long?
I don't know.
That's sad. It's been like 4 years. I think about that all the time. There's like people that listen to the Jockeys that have no idea I fucking ever interned for that show. It bums me out.
All right. I'll put you on speakerphone. This might be a big deal.
Mike, don't sleep. Thank you so much, bud. I'll read a super chat while you're doing it.
7, 8.
Don't dox his number, you boob.
I did. I hung up. His phone must be turned off. I'm going to text him right now. Call me.
Jared Tomlin, $4.99. Drunk drive around this town and let the cops chase me around. Hey, Drab T. Thank you, Jared. Appreciate that. Hey, Drabby, if I figured out a way, some Arizona listeners have expressed some interest in me coming out to do a live show. Would you be physically able to do that if we wanted to go out there and do a show?
Yeah, but how many listeners have expressed interest? I mean, how many?
Like 5 or 6. We'd have to find a venue that makes sense, but I would definitely be able to draw better if you came with me and we could do a better show. That's the only reason why I asked. I would only go because I want to go to spring training. Yeah, I'm going to spring training next year anyway. Yeah. And have you never taken the family? Have you ever taken the family to Phoenix?
No, never. My wife's never been there.
I think.
Oh
it'd be
no,
amazing.
she did. She came. She came to the last time we did a show at
okay.
Yeah. Forgot.
Yeah, I think if we had the excuse of doing a show, make a little bit of money, and then go to some games while we're out there, that's the only thing that I'm looking to do. But it would just go way better if you were involved with it. That's all.
We went out there. Did we go out there 2 years in a row? We went out there one time and we did the show at the. Remember that guy Howard Hughes? Remember that name?
Yeah, he was on Bar Rescue.
Yes.
Place is on
And then
Bar
we did it
Rescue.
a year or two later at the really nice place in 101 North Scottsdale.
Yeah, that was an amazing place. What was that called? AZ Live or something? That was a beautiful room. Like we'd
Yeah.
never be able to fill that room again. But I mean, that was a great room to do a couple of live shows in.
I'm still scarred because that Arizona trip is where I took my shirt off at the pool party with Oscar
Oh God, yeah.
and Destro and with my big floppy nipples.
But also, if you got that pic, send that over. just so we can
Nobody.
share
I
it.
don't want to. Come on, I don't want to see that.
We'll set it up because there's people in here. By the way, 208 people. If I don't have 200 likes by the time I check, I'm turning this stream off. I don't care. I'm sick. I don't have any. I mean, as soon as Drab leaves, I'm halfway tempted to shut it down anyway. So just we get to 200 likes by the time I check, or that's it. It's over. All right, David Slott, it's up to you.
David Slott. Congratulations. I think he.
About what? What do you do? Did you freeze up? Oh, he finally froze up. Oh. I'm gonna boot him, Josh. If he wants to come back in, that's fine with me. Just send him the link again. I'm sure Drab's got 39 upload speed. Holy shit. What a clown. Also, you could send Dane the link. I'll just skip the break for this one. Maybe we'll do 2 breaks later if I'm not feeling it. We've already gone an hour straight. Did you get your t-shirts yet, you crazy bastages? They're going like hotcakes. I've been told we've sold 30 of them. Link is at the top of the chat. There's also a QR code right there on the screen below Chad Duke's show. Check it out for yourself. Looks like that. What's good, my turkeys? The official Thanksgiving shirt of CDVTW. If we sell 50, we will do episode 3 of CDVTW. Get your shirt right now. Link at the top of the chat to purchase or scan the QR code. Thank you. Yeah, right?
Yeah, what happened?
Your internet is dog shit. Whether or not you want to admit it, you've got to find some way to plug the Ethernet cable into the side of the laptop if you're going to be streaming from your house.
If you say so, we can call it a day.
No, it's already better now. Did you just restart or something? It's better now.
No, I just closed out the window.
God damn it.
That's all I did.
You had to do the whole time. Now it's perfect.
Was it been crappy the whole time?
The whole time, but because it's you got me between a rock and a hard place. People fucking love you.
All right. Well, I'll let you go and sign off.
No. Don't let me go because I've got the picture. Set this picture up first. Oh, quick. Read the super chat first, then we'll set up the picture, please.
Monty. I love Monty as well.
Your guy.
$50. Dukes appreciates that. Roller Rink Dukes could be a new one-off. Dukes and Drab rolling hand in hand for the cover of the CD.
I would be willing to do that. I mean, that would be, Drabby and I love taking homoerotic photos. If anybody that's a fan of the mainstream mafia, as I know dozens of you are, know that to be the case. I would do it for the gag. I just don't like Drab coming in here and pretending like he wasn't trolling me by saying he was going to 90s throwback night for his wife's friend at the roller rink. Like, that's clearly a troll job.
I actually thought you might like it.
You're not being honest with me. You're treating me like Ant-Man treats me, and I never thought we'd get to this place.
Oh, well, that's sad for me.
That's a low blow.
The same bits as Ant-Man.
Monty, thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. You are a mensch, my friend. Oh, look at this, Drabby. Look at this.
Oh my God, the man himself.
Hi, yes.
Hi, Jester. Oh no, I wasn't talking about you. Hey, Drab, how are you?
What's up, man? How are you? Good to see you.
Terrible, awful, man. No, awful as always, man.
That gap in your mouth is getting bigger and bigger.
Oh, what the fuck?
What a dick! Fuck you.
Wow, good to see you, Dane. Yeah. I enjoyed your performance on the show the last couple times.
Oh, you've been watching?
Yeah, of course.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that, sir. Coming from you, that is I don't care either way, but I appreciate it.
I mean,
He was all excited until you said something about the gap, Drabby.
No.
You must have nothing going on.
Now, why do you assume that, Drab T-shirt?
That's a shot at me, by the way. That's a shot at what I got going on.
Oh,
no,
I'm here?
Dane's he's on all the time now.
Well, I got nothing
Middle of the
going
day.
on.
I mean, what time is it where you live? 1 p.m.
1 o'clock. I'm doing this on my lunch break at work.
Oh yeah. Sure,
oh, you think I'm not working either, Drab?
yeah.
I bought a house. goddammit. I'm a man now. All right. When I met you, I was a boy. All
That's
right.
true.
No, I'm a man now.
And how old are your kids now?
Who knows? Who cares? No, I'm just kidding. 19, 16,
Jesus.
12, and 6. Yeah.
You got some lucky. You got kids old enough to go to Diddy parties, man. That's crazy.
No, my kids ain't been at no Diddy parties, man.
You might be a grandpa.
I could be a grandpa. Well, my son would first have to have sex, and I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Fucking nerd ass.
He's not a ladies' man. All right.
I mean, I don't think so. He may be a man's man for all I know.
Yeah.
How do you know he's not ever going to hear you say that, Dane? That's fucking terrible.
Well, he knows I'm joking. He might be in the other room still. Actually, I told him to get out, but if he didn't, that's his fault.
You said nerd ass motherfucker never going to have sex. Like that is brutal.
I'm sorry, son.
You're here at a good time, Dane, because we're about to reveal my favorite picture of Drab T-shirt in the history of the internet.
Good.
Now, take me through it, Drab. This was the second trip out to Arizona since we left that you did this at?
No, this was the first time out there. This is the Howard Hughes appearance.
Okay.
First time back. I think we went out there in 2008, and then this must be around 2016 or so.
And you went to some sort of a club party? Was it like a rooftop lounge?
First day we get off the plane. It was just me. I think I just went by myself that time. We get off the plane, and for whatever reason, I don't know, you had your own thing going on. I think Oscar and I were supposed to do a site check. And
is that a grape soda, Dane? Is that a grape soda?
No,
Dane?
it's not a grape soda, you racist.
What is it?
It is a blackberry bubbly.
Oh,
okay. Don't try me. Don't try me on this here. I'm already wound up, all right?
I thought you were hiding it. I was like, he's fucking hiding a Welch's. I know what that is.
I took the family to move to Canada on Monday, and they saw that fucking chainsaw video. Sent me right back.
That is so goddamn
trying to get the hell up out of here, but
you got to do the chainsaw for Drabby before he gets out of here.
Oh
please.
My god, I can't. I'm not even wearing pants, man. I can't do it.
What? This went off the rails quickly. All right, so you're at a rooftop party with Oscar.
We're in Scottsdale. Oscar says, "Come by my hotel." Shocker. He goes, "We'll hang out at the pool." And I thought he was staying at like a Holiday Inn or something. And it turns out he's staying at a bumping 5-star Cliff Kingsbury type.
You talk about me being at a Diddy party. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, it was a
I guarantee that.
freak party. Whatever.
Freak off.
Yeah. Except for it was all white people.
Okay.
They were all
a milk off.
Yeah, it was. Everyone was on.
Wait till you see this pic, Dane. Wait till you see this pic.
And it was like 100 degrees out, and I have my shirt on. For whatever reason, I'm wearing a long sleeve shirt, and it's mid-March.
Dane did this at the Northern Virginia Brew Festival one time. He wore a black hoodie, and it was fucking July. And I've never seen anybody hotter because he said he had a wife beater on, and he didn't want to take the sweatshirt off and show everybody the place.
Yeah, that was before I knew better.
Well, at least, I got caught up in the moment. Maybe too many mimosas. I don't remember. But I remember looking around and everyone had their shirt off but me. And I said, well, I think I can pull this off. Let me rip this shirt off here and take a couple photos. Yeah. I guess Santana left his shirt on. He was smart enough.
He's not stupid, Drab.
Look at those man boobs.
The problem is that
the guts.
Destro's nipples are the tiniest nipples I've ever seen in my life.
You need a magnifying glass to see those.
Dane, how jealous are you of those fucking nipples?
So I can't. I've been with my wife for 22 years. I just showed her my ass in the last year.
Oh my god!
I've never been able to show my wife my ass because I'm so embarrassed. Drab, you've seen it, and you remember how distraught you were.
Yeah.
And so my ass and my nipples. Those are the two things where I just want nobody ever in life to ever see them.
I'd step on a kitten's head for those nipples right there in that fucking photograph. And the problem is that Drabby, I think if Drab was just walking around alone I don't even think anybody would notice or say that guy's got some big flabby nips. But because of the contrast between the two, and then Oscar's just weirdly in a dress shirt with like a greased up chest. This is a horrific picture.
Yeah, how bad? It's a horrible photo. I don't know what I was doing. Destro's on steroids. But you know what? What goes around comes around, because of any weight I lost, he gained tenfold.
Oh, why would you say that? We just saw him. He looked fine.
He looked average. He looks average now. He's no longer ripped and sexy, and he's given me so much shit over the years for this photo. So, yeah.
There are some gross looking chicks though in this picture. I mean, I think you're all right, Trav. I mean, the problem is this, you're involved in a podcast. That's why the whole thing went tits up.
Oscar looks like a successful white man in that.
He
film.
does.
Yeah, very.
That's his dream.
Except for, remember when he was lecturing the kids about the Latin kids came by his house to trick or treat, and he thought they would see him and look up to him as a strong Latin community leader, and then they vandalized his car. Dane, swear to God,
that was one of the saddest nights.
That's not the only car they vandalized.
I'm not touching that. Now, what about this one, Rabbi?
Oh God,
that's a shadowing issue. That's a shadowing issue.
Yeah, the shadow of your tits.
I'm
shadow of your underboob. What is that?
I'm clearly ripped. It's bad lighting.
Oh yeah, right.
I got a full head of hair there.
Now this is the photo,
and that's also photoshopped.
This is the photo, Dane, that Drab has accused me for years of not using correctly because there's a painting hanging in the studio of this, and Drab always says that the boobs and the belly and the bald head are embellished, but this is the original. Untouched source material.
No, I remember that picture. It is 100% accurate, just as how I remembered it.
You don't remember that photo.
Oh, I remember that photo.
You were banned 3 years before this photo.
That's not true. This is
which
both.
time? Which time? The first or the third time?
I guarantee he was there for this.
I'm putting out a vibe there, though. You know what? Ladies love confidence, and I got it.
Yeah, vibe of pedophilia.
Yeah, no shit. You're putting out it rubs the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again vibe. That's what you're doing.
Oh my God.
That was before the show too. I don't remember. It was one of our. Why did I have to have
that was after the show. It was after the show. Everybody was feeling it. We had a good time.
Drabby, why didn't you stop me from having everybody dress up for every show that we did at the fucking Jam and Java? That was so stupid.
It was like a weird kink that you had. I don't know.
He's got a lot of weird kinks, right?
Yeah.
I mean, but you're also you were pushing the tickets, like you always felt like we needed always needed something else to get a hook to get people to come, and so for whatever reason,
it's a crazy thing that I want to do shows in front of full buildings and make money. It's just this crazy fucking perversion I have.
Well, I always thought our talent would take us, would fill the place, but I guess not. You needed.
He had me on these shows. What talent? What the fuck are you talking about?
There's me, Dane, and Oathman sitting on the stage with a locker.
Yeah.
I remember. I was there at that one.
I mean, there's no talent he works with.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna bring Hot Man Ted out for the 37th time dressed as Elvis. Buy your tickets.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fair.
I mean, it worked.
That's a fair criticism. All right, help me out here, Drabby. Come on.
Largemouth ass, $20. Thank you very much. I am a good rollerblader, but that party sounds horrendous.
Oh, tell Dane then, since you think I'm on you, ask if Dane would be a part of something like this.
Well, do you think Dane's ever?
I think Dane's got kids.
Do you think I've ever what?
On Saturday night, I went to a 40th birthday party for my wife's friend. Now I had a great time.
That already stinks, by the way.
Yeah, obviously.
What a birthday stink?
Wife's friend's birthday is gonna blow dead bear.
I know.
Times.
Yeah, it will. But everybody was cool.
Unless you steamed up for the friend, and then you get a chance to rub up on her or something.
We went to the bar. Everybody had a bunch of drinks. It got loosened up a little bit, and then we got in the bus and we went to this place.
Short bus.
The bus. What are you? Are you 25 years old? Like a fucking party bus?
I told you
that shit. We don't do that shit anymore. I don't do anything anymore. I moved across the country. I know nobody.
I know. We went to Manassas at 10:30 at night.
Oh my God! I lived in Manassas. You don't do that. You don't go to Manassas at 10:30 at night.
No, hell no.
Where Manassas?
We went to skating fun.
Skating fun.
We went to the roller rink.
Fuck yourself. How about that? That sounds god awful.
It was fun, man.
Oh, they went to 90s retro night.
Yeah, 90s retro night. Everybody's wearing costumes. It's a good time. A lot of nostalgia.
Duke's never invite me again.
No, I'm not kidding you, man. And I don't even care that he did it. I care that he brought it in here as a topic that he thought I was going to appreciate. Like, he's clearly trolling me.
No, I mean, there's nothing that sounds fun about. I mean, maybe the drinking part. Yeah, that's always fun. But was there a lot of awkward conversations? Like, how was the bus ride, for instance?
No, the bus ride was fine. Everybody was drinking, having a good time, meeting new people. I'm not scared of having conversations with other people. I'm like you two shut-ins.
What
right?
the fuck are you two? The projection on that statement.
This asshole. I literally have conversations with people for a living. That's all I do is talk.
Are you still doing the call center bit?
I'm not a call center. I'm an account manager. All right. I manage
You're shaking people down for money.
Yeah. Firing Tor's roommates. Corey at $4.99. Thank you. 216 likes. We're at 250 likes. We better be at 250 likes by the end of this hour, or it's fucking curtains for everybody. That's all I'm going to say about it. All right, Drab, go ahead.
All right, one more, then I got to take my kids to soccer. All right.
What?
I got to go.
All right.
I told you, it's a new Drab.
Can you read the super chat, please? I have to pay your fucking fee.
What a dick.
Oh, there's a fee. All right. Jeffrey Smith, $20. Drab was out there roller skating next to a perfectly good arcade growing up. I don't know what that means, but there was an arcade there. There was a whole arcade section. But I love everything about the 90s. Arcades, roller rinks, you name it.
This is a weird bit. Like this is Dane. He's never shown any interest in any of this shit forever, and I think he's got someone watching that he's trying to like put off a vibe to or something.
You think I would tell anyone about this broadcast?
Oh, that's fucking perfect.
I agree with that, Drew.
You guys are fucking assholes. Thank you for your name, man. Fuck you. God damn. I never had co-hosts more ashamed of the show than I do now. All right, one more, Drab.
Well, I'm ashamed of myself for being here first, but
oh, it's our guy, DC Sports Mark.
Our guy.
Oh, my man, I love this guy.
Dukes and Drab together is the #1 seed. Fuck Dane.
Oh, it doesn't.
No, he never said that. I do
what the fuck is going on here with all these horrible sentiments between you two? All right, Drab, one more.
Oh, that's a big one. Bobby Double L, top 1%er of the Big O and Duke support group.
He's a great
Who
man.
does Drabby think is a worse person, Ant-Man or Jester? I mean, come on. To me, that's a no-brainer. Ant-Man is a horrible, despicable person.
Oh,
he's a liar. He's a fraud. Nothing you can take seriously with him.
Jesus.
Jester is a lovable soul. I mean, what is the problem with Jester? I mean, he's got a horrible life.
I saw the problem.
Jester has a horrible life, but he's a good man. He's a good man.
You would, if you saw what Dane has seen, you wouldn't be saying this right now.
My God.
What did I miss?
There is only one thing that I've thought about more than the election the past 2 weeks, and it is Jim Jester's micro penis.
It's phallus. I think micro penis is a nice way of
I saw that. I mean, it's traumatizing. It takes it takes about 4 to 5 weeks to.
I can't get it out of my mind.
Yeah,
I showed my wife. Me and my wife discussed it. Yeah, I had to.
I don't get that part.
I know. I showed Eric Bickle.
Oh, that's always.
Which one did you get, Drab? Which one did you show EB?
I got the original one when you guys were down at Outer Banks, and it was broken or whatever. All that.
Dane's got an updated one that is to say it's atrocious. Yeah, I won't send it to you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I had to delete him, man, because I was scared I was going to be put on a list.
Yeah, I know.
Can you imagine explaining that to the FBI? Can you imagine?
No, I swear this is not a child's penis.
Dude, if that was your child's
45.
Penis, yeah, you take him into the fucking pediatrician immediately. Like, there's something wrong with my child. Holy shit! Thank you, Bobby Double L.
I've just thought about it. Like his pubes. It looks like he's in a field of wheat, and it's just a thumb sticking up from a field of wheat that is raising above it. It's just. I've thought about it so much. the past 2 weeks, and I can't get it out of my head. And I kind of wish I didn't delete it a little bit. Maybe send it over.
I'll resend it.
Okay, thank you.
I got no problem. All right, Dan, you got to read this one.
Jesus, Dane shot out of a cannon, huh? Whatever happened to my kids ain't gay. They never gotta be. Oh, hey, it's a progressive time, so I'm fine either way. Whatever you want to do, I don't care at this point.
One of my favorite lines you ever said.
I said that? Yeah, I guess I did say that.
Yeah, it came up quite. I love my kids. Thank you, Enoch. I appreciate
I
it.
do love my kids. Yeah.
I know. No one thinks you don't love your kid.
Well, I did call him a nerd. Motherfucker will never get puss. Never.
I mean, that's tough love right there. All right,
Very
Gabby,
good.
go take your kids around.
All right, later, guys. Thank you, Dukes.
All right.
Good to
All
see you,
buddy.
Dane.
Thanks, man.
All right,
Later, guys.
Good to see
All
you
right.
too, Trev.
All right,
Later.
I had to throw him out. He kept saying,
Oh, I hate him so much. God,
kept
I'm
saying
glad he's
goodbye
gone.
longer. I was going to.
No, he just wanted to tell you the whole time he was leaving. That's all he cared about.
I know. He did stay a little. I was excited because once I saw you wanted to hang out, I was like, oh, Dan's going to get a chance to hang out with Drabby.
I know. I'm excited. I'm just kidding. I do miss Drab. That was the first. I can't remember the last time I've seen him. That's It was nice to see him.
So you missed the bombshell, though. Apparently on the Junkies this morning, I called Cakes, and he's going to go over and corroborate this. But
Okay.
Santana has moved back into his parents' house.
What?
And,
Why?
Yeah. The report is that he's getting that Georgetown house that he's always having remodeled, like that he's been having remodeled for a decade.
Yeah.
It's being remodeled again, and so he's just, instead of getting a condo or a hotel room, him and his wife are moving back into his parents' house.
Oh, so he wanted to get rubbed down with the Vaseline again, right?
First thing I said,
he was missing that.
you think it was? I forget. It was Vicks Vapo Rub, right?
I think it was Vicks Vapor Rub, and he would lay down face down on a glory hole table, and his mom would
People think you're exaggerating.
and his mom would just go to town with the Vicks Vapor Rub everywhere. I think.
And she remembered
no restrictions.
Dane, she would like compliment him on the way that he groomed his chest. You remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that. I think she complimented him on a couple of grooming spots.
So too.
That's what it sounds like to me.
I'm sending Cakes over there, and then I'm going to ask if I'm going to have Cakes speak to him and see if he wants to do a Big O and Duke show in his parents' house like we did like 15 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, then we'll see how quickly he says no.
Because you guys haven't, I mean, it's been a while since you spoke, right?
I texted him about a year into CDS, and I said, hey, man, do you want to do because there's this venue opened up in Manassas that holds like 400, 500 people. And I clearly can't fill that. But like if we did Big O and Dukes, like a one-off, I think we could. And I was like, hey, man, why don't we just do one of these? It'd be a nice pile of cash. And he hit me with so much corporate jargon and never said anything back. So I was just like,
so that's the end of that, huh?
Well, I'm not going to.
You guys come back one day.
I would do the show with anybody. I'd do a show with LeVar tomorrow, but I'm not gonna fucking beg anyone to do it. Like this, I don't need it. Now,
I forgot about. Can I ask about that? I haven't talked to you in a while. How was that? I saw that moment when you did go on Oathman.
Oathman and Blue Shorts, sure.
And they surprised you with LeVar.
They sure did.
How did that go over? Because I remember being very excited to see that.
Not well. We haven't been friends since.
Good.
Not on my end. We're cool. Like I talked to Barty earlier today, but he won't come on the show, and I won't go on his show. But I've invited him. I invited him here. I invited him to be. I have no problem with Bart. I would do a show with Bart tomorrow. My beef with that, and it still is my beef, is LeVar and I getting together after many years is something that could be incredibly beneficial to both of us. Them hijacking it, and then LeVar having an awful internet connection, and the whole thing kind of being awful. It felt like kind of a betrayal at the time. So I was pissed off about it. And instead of them realizing, hey, we're surprising somebody, they might get pissed. They were somehow mad at me about it. And generally I deserve those guys or anyone being pissed at me, but I didn't. Yeah,
yes, you do.
But I didn't feel like for that time that I did, especially like since LeVar and I haven't, we hadn't seen each other in a long time. But yeah, that was it. I mean, honestly, I'm over it at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I could see how it'd be frustrated. I mean, it's also, I mean, I guess LeVar didn't have the foresight to maybe use it to his benefit and, make some cash.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like if LeVar and I are going to do something, like LeVar and I could do something, and it probably would be, we had lots and lots of listeners. Like it could be cool. It could either be on his channel or on my channel, or God forbid, he's got a gig, but we could put together a CD and like send it to somebody, like that's what LeVar and I could do. And they used it to jumpstart their podcast, which is fine. I mean, kudos to them for
I
coming
mean,
up with the
I
idea.
can't blame them. I mean, I can't blame. Yeah, exactly. I don't blame for. I have to say, one of my favorite moments being around you ever is when you were doing the show with LeVar, and you had an event somewhere in Fairfield. I can't remember where exactly, but I came out and he was there for the first time, and I walked up on him, and he looked me up and down. He goes, "You're a big motherfucker." Like he just said, I was like, this dude's playing with NFL linemen. Like, he was kind of looking at me like, you're a monster. And I was like, yeah, thanks, man. That was after, and if you remember, my first celebrity experience is when he played for the team. I went to training camp, and he embarrassed me because he came to the side of the field to give autographs. And I was screaming like a little, like just like I mean, it was so embarrassing. I'm like, LeVar, please, please. And he looks directly at me, and he goes, LeVar, please, please, just mocking me endlessly. And I said, but I knew, and that, you know what, I deserved that. Like, I'm acting like a bitch right now.
How many people were around when he did that?
Oh, thousands. I mean, it was at the peak of his career. Everybody else was screaming, but like, I think I'm like 18, 20 at that. I can't remember. And I'm just screaming for this grown man to beg and plead for him to autograph something for me. And he just mocks me in front of everyone. And everybody laughed at me mercilessly, as they should.
That's fantastic. I always love that you're willing to tell that story.
Yeah. I mean, it was very embarrassing.
Art Monk told me to get fucked one time when I was a kid.
Are you serious?
Yeah. It was a celebrity softball game, and I asked him for an autograph, and he goes, "We're not doing that right now. Get out of the way." I was like, "Oh."
I think he was notoriously like a dick, right? Or maybe like just quiet.
I know. I wasn't a fan after that. All right. So you texted me and you said, "Are you having legal issues out at your house? Are you having some sort of?"
No, it's just, I mean, you know me. I only move into nice neighborhoods.
Oh, sure.
And,
it's a nice neighborhood.
Yeah. So of course I have my, I've had a couple of incidents since I've been here, unfortunately. So the first one, I park my Kia Optima, my faithful Kia.
Oh, still.
Yeah, still. We're getting close. We're getting close to getting an SUV, but I left it in the driveway, and I come out one morning, and the back window is just completely shattered.
Oh no!
Because the Kia boys, Kias and Hyundais, they attempt to hotwire them and steal the vehicle. But luckily, mine wasn't the appropriate year because it's a push to start.
Is that a real thing? I didn't know that was a thing.
It's a real thing here. Like all they do, they steal Kias and Hyundais all day because they're easy to break into. But mine, I guess fortunately, it wasn't the right year, so they tried to get in and steal it. And,
oh shit! Look at this. 11-year-old Kia boy arrested for alleged month-long crime spree.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, it's a whole thing where they just target Kias and Hyundais specifically. And luckily, mine was fine. So that wasn't the big deal. The worst problem though is it was 9 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday, and I took my son to soccer practice, and I come back home, and I go to my master bedroom, and I look on the ground, and I notice like popcorn. Like I'm thinking, what? Like why did my wife leave popcorn on the side of the bed? Like on the side of like what is she doing? Yeah. And I look up at the ceiling, and I notice there's a hole in my ceiling. I'm like, well, I'm not a gun owner yet, anyway.
Don't say that. You should never let people know if you do or do not have a firearm, Dave.
I didn't say we didn't have one in the house, but no, I'm just I look on the ground and I notice a bullet that is just next, like on the carpet.
What?
There's a bullet on the carpet on my wife's side of the bed. So somebody cleared.
Casing or a full round? Like was the projectile still in it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was like yeah. I mean, and. So it's clear that somebody like shot a gun in the air. It was a windy day.
Oh.
And I think it just came down on my ceiling and went to my floor. So now I have a bullet hole in my master bedroom.
Holy shit, dude.
So yeah, that was pretty scary. But I mean, do you? You're more of a gun enthusiast than I am. Do you
I
think that
am.
could have hurt anybody?
Fuck yeah, people die from that shit all the time.
Like going through the ceiling and coming down.
Dude, I mean, in what is it, south side of Chicago, where there's like that 4 blocks that accounts for like all the murders in the whole city. It's like incredibly violent. They have these holidays where they go out and they shoot the guns off in the air. Motherfuckers die all the time because they all come down, especially if it's those bigger calibers.
Yeah,
Man, I can't believe it came all the way through. So it went through your shingles and it went through the
Nah,
insulation.
these houses don't really have. It's like a flat surface up top, so it's like.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean,
Why aren't you more scared? I mean, that is actually sounds terrifying to me.
No, I was for a few days, and but I realized it was probably some dumb. I mean, it's stupid either way, but I don't. At first, I was worried it was something targeted. You know what I mean? But then I
Right.
realized I don't think it's nobody's targeted us or anything like that. Nobody cares. I think some idiot was just passing by. We live on a somewhat close to a main street. I think somebody just out their window put a gun, put it in the air, and shot it up in there.
Yeah, that's 100% what happened, but it's still terrifying because that would be so goddamn random. No, don't. Whatever you do, don't Google stories about that particular set of circumstances.
Now I'm gonna freak out again.
Yeah, you'll freak out way more. Is it that bad a neighborhood, Dane?
No, I'm telling you, it's a nice neighborhood, man.
It's a nice neighborhood.
But to be fair, a few months later, I was walking to the mailbox, and this woman,
Oh, no.
she was like, "Did anybody break into your car?" I was like, "No, not today. It was a few months ago." She was like, "I thought this was the nice part of town." I'm like, "Oh no, it's clearly not." No.
When I got to Phoenix, my car got stolen the first week I was there for that very same reason. And then that's when we moved the fuck up out of that joint. I wanted to show you this. There's a game tonight, by the way, if you're watching this live. Commanders and Eagles. That's exciting. So what time? You get to watch that at 6:00 out there?
Yeah, that I gotta say that may be the best thing about moving out
Awesome.
here is watching football Sundays at 11:00. It's just phenomenal. Everything being over by like 9, 10 o'clock at the latest. It's amazing.
And that's if you watch everything. You can get fucked up, watch everything, and still be in bed at a reasonable hour.
Yeah, that is my favorite thing since moving out here. I can't lie.
Do you? I know you got the family, but have you ever gone out for an NFL brunch? Because my wife and I crushed those when we were out in fucking Phoenix. Because you're doing the beautifulness of brunch, and there's NFL games on the TV. You can't fucking beat it.
No, I mean, again, I'm a 40-year-old man who moved halfway across the country, so I have no friends anymore. I've left all of them behind. It's just my family. None of them care about football. They just couldn't care less.
Oh, that's awful.
To watch it with me at all. I have to force them to sit down and watch the Super Bowl with me every year.
That's so sad. Even though they know you love it.
Oh yeah, that doesn't matter. I mean, they were excited for me on that Hail Mary.
That was pretty exciting.
Yeah, I mean, they're happy for me. It's just none of them would willingly sit down and watch football with me. So no football brunches for me.
Are you still as excited about the season now they lost to the Steelers and they're going to lose to the Eagles tonight?
I've been looking at this ever since, even before the Baltimore game. Like, I've been looking at everything at this point as gravy. Like, I wasn't expecting any of this shit, like any of it. I wasn't expecting Daniels to be so great. I wouldn't expect all the draft picks to pan out, and I wasn't expecting any of this. So I was a little bit. I was the most pissed I've been this season for the Steelers game, but that's only because like I was so pissed off watching them ransack our stadium again.
That's what I wanted to ask you about.
Yes, that part pisses me off. Now I'm assuming that a lot of them bought the tickets before anybody even knew we were good. But even still, like even if we're good for a few years, I feel like we have a terrible fan presence. But yeah, that was the most I've been pissed off, but it was just more because the Steelers fans, they took over the stadium once again and turned it into a road game. So I really wanted to stick it to them for that. But
I just think that the Commanders fans have gotten out over their skis a little bit, and I keep seeing this line where it's like, "You give us a good team, and you're going to awaken a sleeping giant of a fan base," and they're like. Show a picture when they play the Giants and they're up by 30 and there's a bunch of Commanders fans in the lower bowl. But I'm like, but there is no excuse for that. Like that, the Steelers fans travel well, but you can't be giving it. That's what the Rams do. Like that's what the Chargers do. That have been in Los Angeles for a cup of fucking coffee. I mean, that part's the worst.
No, and I agree, but I feel like a lot of them probably bought those tickets way before anybody even knew that that we were going to be good. And that again, that stadium experience is horrendous. It's god awful. I mean, I didn't even know how bad it was until I went to Atlanta with you and went to a Falcons game. But
that was in the Georgia Dome, which was fucking 40 years old at the time. How much better was that?
Oh, it was phenomenal. I mean, we were just drinking beers. Then 10 minutes later, we're walking into the stadium. You know, it's the experience itself is just god awful. Like, I mean, it's a bunch of things. Of course, it's the name. A lot of people are pissed off about the name and left because of that. And we've been terrible for so long. So I think stuff like that is going to change, but I think it won't truly change until they get a new stadium. Like, it's just
they got to win for 5 straight
years.
Yeah,
and they got to win consistently. But no, I feel like we are the bandwagon team right now. Like I mean, it's early, but it's like it feels like we're the team where all the bandwagon fans are going to want to come to us.
They're exciting. They're playing an exciting brand of ball too. The other side of that is I remember being a Redskins fan. I almost got as excited for the Cowboys losing as I did Washington winning. This says Cowboys at home last 5 games entering the fourth quarter, 41-6, 41-19, 28-6. 37-9, 28-6. That is still boner-inducing.
Oh yeah, I absolutely love it. And I mean, the fact that like their top wide receiver, he can't even catch the ball because the sun is glaring in his eyes, and he's going back and forth with the owner because I just love all the dysfunction in Dallas. I will never get enough of it.
Here's the glare. Here's what's crazy about it, Dane, is that Jerry Jones comes out. I did this on the football show earlier. I think I don't remember what episode I talked about it, but his comments on the radio. He's trying to claim that this isn't a problem, that it actually helps the Cowboys, the sun. And it's a video of CeeDee Lamb, who you just gave $150 million to. The ball flies by him, and then he points at his face saying, I couldn't see the goddamn thing. Like, what is the argument here? Put some drapes on the end of the building.
Well, the argument, he spent all that money on that stadium, and he feels he did it in a perfect manner. So he doesn't want to admit any fault whatsoever. He's never admitted fault. He's never admitted fault of being the GM and picking terrible players all these years for them not living up to expectations. He's not going to start now with the stadium. It's the same situation with Dan Snyder. Like they're not going to be consistently good again until he's gone. Unfortunately.
Here's the question that I have though: is at least we're both football fans, and everyone that isn't a Cowboys fan claims to be tired of hearing about the Dallas Cowboys. Is that fair to say? What does it take for them to not, because they suck, right? Like their season's over. They're not going to be a factor. They're not even. They're maybe the third best team. When do we get let off the hook? Like when does their dysfunction no longer precede actual things happening in the sport when you're watching SportsCenter, NFL Live?
I honestly don't think it ever happens because again, they're quote unquote America's team. So again, as much as people love to, their fans love to see them win, I think again most of us we love to hate watch them, and unfortunately they bring those ratings to where we just like to see them fail. So they're always going to talk about them. I guess. Yeah, they're just always interested. I mean, even when they are terrible like this, it's interesting to see the dysfunction, I guess.
If what's the name of the Redskins owner? The dude that's
Josh Harris.
So if Josh Harris owns the Cowboys, are they still in the headlines the way that they are? Because here's what I don't get. The fucking Patriots won 7 Super Bowls. I mean, they were, you talk about wanting to watch a team lose. How about the Kansas City Chiefs? Like, I'm fucking tired of the Kansas City Chiefs, but they still, like, they're not as reviled as the Cowboys are. Like, the Cowboys have been a non-factor for much of my adult life since the 90s, and we still treat them like, oh, man, Floyd Mayweather, I just want to watch him get beat up. Like, well, if Floyd Mayweather went out and lost all of his fights, like, would you still feel that way? I doubt it.
I mean, I guess it's just this circle of, again, like it's Cowboys, Yankees, Lakers, Duke. Like we just know they're all these douchebag fans out there where they just they claim this team no matter where they live. They overtake the whole country. They're all over the place. I mean, even here. I mean, it's just ridiculous how many. I mean, of course, I'm closer to Dallas now, but I just think again, there's teams that we love to hate. And just people hate the Cowboys. I hate them with a passion. Again, I've taught my kids, even though they don't care either way, I said you're not allowed to be a Cowboys fan at this house. I will kick you out. That will be the end of it.
I don't blame you for that, because that would just be a middle finger to you, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like I love, again, the most joy I get from football when the Redskins Commanders aren't good is watching them lose. I just love to see it. That's because I hated living in Virginia, and they've just overtaken our area because people wanted to rebel against their parents when we were growing up.
You're not kidding.
And I just hate them. I hate them. I mean, I just do.
I understand that, but at one point in history, Washington and Dallas were rivals. Like, there's really no reason for Buffalo Bills fans to hate the Dallas Cowboys. The part of this I don't understand is it sounds like you enjoy hate watching them, and I don't get that. Like, I don't like the Kelsey brothers. So I've never once listened to the Kelsey brothers podcast. I would never tune into it and hate listen to it and then go to a message board and talk shit. Like, that part of the cycle is what people miss me with. It's like, I would rather not watch the Cowboys because they play sloppy, terrible fucking football. Now, it does get everybody all stirred up. Like, the Jets, to me, do what you're talking about, where it's like, I cannot believe how bad they are and how bad they continue to get. And that there's some interest in that failure, but that's a 1-year deal. Like, that's not going to be the same after Aaron Rodgers is not there.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the Howard Stern thing, like the people that hated him, they listen to a show.
I don't get it.
I don't get it. But again, I mean, even in the social media age, I mean, go under a tweet of the person, go under a Trump tweet. What do you see? Everybody that hates them,
they're all mad.
Go under a Kamala tweet. Everybody that hates her is tweeting. Like, it's just what we do. We don't focus on the things that we love. Unfortunately, I wish we did.
But that sucks. Doesn't that suck?
Yeah, it absolutely sucks. I mean, that's. I think we're just more enamored with the things that we hate. I mean, think about all your wins in life, Dukes. Have you?
They're dwindling. I'm not counting this afternoon as one of them.
But my thing is, you don't dwell on that. You don't sit there and go, like, man, I had this win, I had this. You think about everything you've done wrong, or this thing that went wrong, or how I suck on this show, and you can't stand me. Like, we all just tend to focus on the negative. It's just how, I mean, my wife has to get me off the ledge all the time about anything. Like, even about doing this show. I've been miserable the past 2 days because I was scared of doing the show. You've done very well, like 3 times already. It doesn't matter. I have performance anxiety. I always have, always will.
Well, then why do it then? But then if you have a performance,
because I like to push myself a little bit and do something out my norm, and I do like to use my personality when I can. And you've provided this opportunity for me to do that, so I'm going to take it. Yeah, if you'll pay me to just do incoherent sentences, I'm fine with that.
I want to make sure that everybody clip that.
Incoherent.
Clip incoherent. I got to get it. On board. John Rage, thank you so much for the gifted 10 Ted Juke Show memberships. Very generous of you, my friend. Make sure you accept gifted memberships turned on. There is a link in the description of this video. Hit the like button. Did we get to 250 yet? We better, or I'm shutting this shit down. Thank you, John Rage. My nipples point straight down at Dane Aye Mayne. Yeah, I do remember you saying that at some point.
Oh, they still do.
They still do?
Despite me being on this, mastering this diet for 2 days. Yes.
Oh, I'm the master of a 3-day diet, Dane. I fucking crush.
Oh, well, it's just, it's been a bad couple of weeks, and it capped off by I had to take my son to Tucson, Arizona for a soccer tournament, and I just, you know what it was. Yeah, I went
wild.
I just let go, but.
What did you get? Take me through it.
All right, let's think. So, okay.
You had fast food on the way there. You had to.
Well, okay, so Saturday, so we left early Saturday. He had a game at 9:30, and I was like, I didn't want to stay 2 nights because I'm cheap and hate hotels. So we left at like 4 a.m.
That stinks.
So first off, on the way up to 9 o'clock, going up there, I ate pretty well. I had an apple and a string cheese, but the problem is for lunch, I brought the leftover KFC that I had the night before.
I don't believe you had leftover KFC. I don't believe that.
No, it is because the rest of the family doesn't like it as much, but I do. So I brought the leftover KFC. So after his first game, in between his first game and his second game, I went to the car and I just housed the the three leftover pieces of KFC. So that was first. And then after that, after his second game, I met up with another family. We went to a place called Serial Grillers.
Okay.
Maybe no promo. It was like a theme of like had serial killers on the wall and stuff. I got a cheesesteak, fries, drank 2 beers.
Nothing green at all. That one green.
No, not
thing.
at all. Then I went back to the hotel and I drank another 5 or 6 beers that I had brought for the road.
God damn, dude.
In the hotel. Then the next morning, so I told my son, "Hey, no, let's eat healthy this morning," and I made him eat like the string cheese and apples that we had left over. But I snuck off to Starbucks to get a coffee. But on the way to Starbucks, I snuck off to McDonald's to get $1 to get $1 breakfast sandwich.
I'm sure you just had one.
No, I did because I'm cheap too, and I like that it's only like $1. So
Sure.
I got the breakfast sandwich. Then I tried Culver's for the first time. You ever had Culver's?
I love Culver's.
I've been hearing good thing. My mom had gone to Tucson a couple times. She was raving about Culver's, so I got a fried fish sandwich.
I mean, this is on brand. They're known for they have a butter burger at Culver's. Have you ever had that?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I wasn't in the mood for a burger for some reason, so I got the fish sandwich. I really like that. And then I think I capped
Culver's.
That was my first time.
Man.
Yeah, I want to go back. I do want to try them. I saw they had pretzel bites. That's a win for me.
You got to get the double butter burger with cheese the next time you go to Culver's. You'll fucking thank me later.
Okay. Yeah, the only thing is we didn't get to make it to In-N-Out this time. Like I didn't get to make it there. But I think I capped it off with like at the end of the night on the drive home, buy one get one original chicken sandwich at Burger King. So
that sucks. I mean, the fact that you couldn't find a better option than Burger King is depressing.
Well, no, I mean it was just we were back at home at this
point.
You're cheap.
And God damn it! Don't you have good fast food out there? Do you have Whataburger and Jack in the Box and shit?
Yeah.
Well, what do you do?
I know I go to those places all the time, man. Like I stay at Jack in the Box. Don't worry about me.
All right, will you read this one? This one's for you.
Greg and Manassas with the $9.99. Greetings from Dolphin Beach. It's a nice neighborhood. Sending big ups to Dickie Sauce.
Dickie Sauce.
Dick Sauce.
Did you see where Ricky Rose went the other day?
No, I did not. Put me on
Greg,
game, please.
He went to Graceland. He went to Elvis's house. Is that
speaking of some nips? My God, good Lord. Who is that? The Beatles? Oh, that's Pink Floyd.
Big Floyd. We all look alike to you, Dan.
Pink nipples, that. I'm guessing. Good Lord.
Why would he dress like that and go outside?
I have no clue. I don't know why we do.
Does he still make music people listen to?
Not that I would listen to, because he went against my boy Drake. So I'm done.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Was he a part of that whole crew that like assembled to take Drake down?
Yeah, absolutely. So him and Drake have just made phenomenal. I mean, in my eyes, phenomenal music. I'm sure you would you would disagree.
Probably not for me.
They've made some a million phenomenal songs together over the years, and he couldn't wait to jump on the Drake hate train and trying to bring him down. I don't appreciate it, so I will no longer support.
What was that group of fucking rappers that all got banded together to do that?
It was Future, who has also collaborated with Drake a million times. Metro Boomin, a popular producer.
Why do they all hate him? Like, what does Drake do that rubs everybody the wrong way?
I mean, I'm guessing he's a huge dick behind the scenes, and I mean, you could argue he's a bit of he might be a culture vulture. Like, he's Canadian. He's kind of switched his styles up from the years. Like, he lived in Houston for a while, so he had more of like a Houston sound when he came out, and Memphis. And he kind of runs Kendrick Lamar, so he runs around to each city and then kind of takes over their style and then leaves.
Who cares? Like, why does?
I don't care. I just care about the great music, and so I'm still supporting them. But I like Kendrick. I love Kendrick as well. I'm not taking sides, and I just hated during that entire beef that 80% of people had to pretend like they hated both of them anybody that likes rap has liked both of these rappers for years.
One of the craziest videos I ever saw. I saw that Kendrick Lamar. I don't know anything about him, except I think he really hates white people. But there was he did some performance like the Grammys where he's like lighting cop cars on fire and shit. Like, I was just like, wow, this is aggressive. But he had a song that is a diss track on Drake. and
Yeah,
he played it, and he was in a stadium, and there was 75,000 people that knew every single word.
Oh,
And
it's one of
it's
the great.
brutal. They're just. Can you imagine tuning into that if you're Drake and go through YouTube? You see all those people
Oh yeah,
shitting
that's
on
what I'm
you.
saying. I mean the whole thing. I mean it's there's a theme song about calling him a pedophile. I mean it's just it's ruthless. I mean it's just absolutely.
He's not, is he?
I mean,
I feel like
I-
everybody gets called. Like that's everyone's go-to now. Trying to take
I mean
somebody down.
that's my thing. Like you can't just be throwing this stuff out there without. I mean to be fair, Drake did come out first and call him a woman beater. So
That's pretty much.
that's different. And Kendrick had warned him like, "Hey, don't bring up my family or anything like that. So then we'll keep it just about rapping."
That's the way to go. Yeah.
But Drake brought up his family, so he did ask for it, and then Kendrick went completely scorched earth and just murdered him.
Well,
But my problem with the whole thing is now everyone is pretending that they've hated Drake all these years when he's been the most successful rapper in the game for years at this point. So I can't stand that like everybody's switched up pretending they hated all this time. It's just kind of annoying.
Don't you think though? There's also like people are just tired of hearing about like Taylor Swift. People are just tired of hearing about Taylor Swift.
No, I completely, I get that part of it as well. But it's just
speaking of fucking using cultures, she fucking used country music until she realized I could be a pop star, and then just left that shit in the dust. Like I don't know how I feel about like Post Malone types. I
was gonna say that happens to hip hop all the time. I mean, we have a lot of culture come in, and to be fair, apparently Post Malone. I mean, what I've heard anyway, I haven't looked into it, but I heard that he came out as like a country artist and nobody would give him anything, and then they kind of pushed him into hip hop. But I do feel like there's a thing where specifically a lot of white artists, I feel like they go into hip hop at first, and then they're like, all right, I'm done with
novelty.
This. Yeah, and I feel like I'm done with this now. I'm growing out of this.
MGK did the same thing. It's pop punk at that point, but it's got to be tough to be a white dude in hip hop, like where you're going to. I'm sure it works for like the casual fans, like you want 16-year-old girls to buy tickets. But if there's people you respect in that industry, they're gonna be wary because it's like, are you really going through? Because correct me if I'm wrong. It's certainly this way with country. It's supposed to be you're talking about the world you live in, and that's where that music came from. And I think people are dubious when they see a white dude doing that.
Yeah, sometimes, but I mean, we have people. I mean, Eminem is one of the most successful rapper ever.
He's stuck around.
Yeah. I mean, Bubba Sparks clearly he's
that's my guy. That's my dude.
Paul Wall. I listened to Paul Wall last night.
He's so skinny now. Have you seen him recently?
Yeah, he's skinny. He's got gray hair.
That's weird. Jeffrey Schools 299, 257 likes. Thank you so much. Appreciate
but no, but get this bitch to 300 or we're shutting it down.
Thank you, Dane. I appreciate that. And Pat McAllister 599. Chad has as many likes as I do pounds. Fat tax. Oh no.
Oh, I wish. I would kill to have those pounds and likes.
257. What are we weighing in at right now, Dane?
I don't know. I got to check. I did get down. I got under 350, which was the best I had seen forever. But I haven't checked since then. I think I'm around, about probably like 350. But I need to get under the 3 bills.
So Jimmy got under 350. That should be some motivation for you because he's the fattest motherfucker I've ever seen in my life. And then Ant-Man is the heaviest he's ever been. He's at like 291.
He's just giving up.
Bro, so now if I show you this picture of Ant-Man's side ass, you'd risk it all. Like, there's no way. That man tasks my heterosexuality on a regular basis.
I know this, yeah.
Bro, he's got the fattest dumper of anybody I've ever seen, and I'm like, I got to remind myself it's a fucking man.
Oh my god!
Yeah,
you showed me this last time, I think.
I did, but I didn't show you this new one because I just took it this weekend. Now listen to me. If there's a crossover. That's what we're rooting for here, is that a crossover happens where Jim is actually heavier than Anthony. And there'll be an enormous amount of celebration. But I think that's what you should start working towards. Like, don't work to lose 100 pounds.
Oh, okay.
Like, work to
gain more.
Yeah, exactly. No, don't gain more.
I thought you wanted to gain more for your entertainment purposes.
Didn't your family have like the talk with you where they were like worried about the health and shit? My wife did that with me. That's the most painful thing you can go through as a fat guy. Is when someone believes you're so fat, they like come at you at that angle. Like, I'm worried about your health and about you being around for us later in life. Like, that's the one that really fucking.
Yeah, no, she does stuff like that constantly. Yeah, like little jabs here and there about, oh, you're gonna eat that, or you really want that? Just little. Oh man, look at those thighs.
Take a look at that side ass, though. Do you see what I'm talking about?
He is stacked.
He really is.
A stacked man right here.
And look how tiny the upper body is too. So it's all going into them hips and that fucking ass.
Oh my god, yeah, he's like prime Sarah J.
Dude, do you remember the name? Dick Spokane pulled this name on the show this past week. Do you remember Randallin?
No, I don't think
Bro,
so.
Google Randallin real quick. You'll remember her in 2 seconds.
How do I spell that?
Just put in Randallin ass Instagram star. You'll remember Barty was obsessed with this.
Is this
girl.
the one who had the commercial? Like the weird remember there was like a Super Bowl commercial?
No, man, this is not what you think it is. I mean, this is a different type of game we're about to. I'm gonna put you on a different game here.
I see here.
Josh Kim, member 4 months for Dane. Pusha T greater than Drake. Do you agree with that, Dane?
As a rapper, yeah, absolutely, yeah. Pusha T's a much better. I just think Drake's overall better. I just like you can get it. Drake, I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of like Walmart. Like you can get R&B from them, you can get hip hop, you can get dance, like you can get all these variations. But yeah, as a rapper, it's not even close. Pusha T.
See, I like
he destroyed him too.
I like Eric Church, but I feel like the hip hop community is still way too involved with the shit that's on the radio. Where like if you're in the country music community, you have found all the guys that aren't on the radio to get you as far fuck away from Post Malone and Florida Georgia Line and all these fuck Morgan Wall and these losers.
I noticed that. So when I got laid off, I had to Dane Dash for a while. I called it.
I love it. Dane Dash.
I had to Dane Dash for a couple of months while I found a new gig, and I would just put on the pop stations, and it just surprised me how much hip hop is infused into country music. Like like a lot of the country sounds like trap.
Oh, 100%.
Where it's like they just copied that style, and it's just like I don't know. It's almost like there's no genres anymore. It's just whatever makes the most money, whatever will be a hit on TikTok or whatever.
You don't know who Steve Earle is, but he's a legend, and he's like a rocker country music guy. And he said modern day country music is hip hop for white people that are scared of black people. And I was like,
yeah,
that's fucking spot. They just rip it off and they water it down and they make it so it's not scary, and then they call it country music.
Yeah. That's what it sounded like when I heard it. Yeah.
I got a break, buddy, because I haven't gone. I've been going 2 hours.
I got to get back to work.
Hey, I really appreciate you doing this, man. You do a great job. Seriously, no bullshit aside.
I appreciate you having me on, man. I'll see you in 4 years. All right.
Maybe we can work out something next Friday. If you're available. You come on Solid Dudes. That's always fun. All right.
We'll see.
Such a weird. We got to work on a better sign off. We really do. Thank you, Dane.
Amen.
Big Dane Aye Mayne. There he goes. Good Lord. Got to get a better sign off for Dane. His self-loathing really creeps up towards the end. All right, I've gone 2 hours. I haven't taken a fucking break yet. The least you can do is hit the like button. The least you could do is order your What's Good My Turkeys t-shirt. There is a QR code on the screen. There is a link pinned to the top of the chat. If we get to 50 shirts ordered, we will do another episode of Chad Dukes versus the World. You have my word on that. Thank you to Josh Soroka for being here with me today. Damon Martin from MMA Fighting joins me next. You're listening to Chad Dukes versus the World.
Greetings. This is Bry from Natural Red Catering. When I'm not crushing cheese balls and snoring with my eyes open, I'm eating at Punta Cana in Kill Devil Hills, North Carolina. The perfect restaurant to ruin a quinceañera at. Do yourself a favor. Order 2 giant Pacificos at Punta Cana and then vomit in front of a preteen in the parking lot. You want to have a better time on the Outer Banks? Take it from me, Bry. Order the enchiladas at Punta Cana and then steeple your fingers over your chest and don't ever say a word. Your friends will resent you, and you'll be a huge burden. Just remember to never say thank you. And tell them Bry sent you.
size hell and a damaging wind. We rode over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor, keep the women me. Better find you a basement, worst storm you ever seen. With a nickel-sized hell and a damaging wind. We rolled over Boston, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel.
What's up, my turkeys? It's me, the Ant-Man. If you need to buy or sell a home in the Northern Virginia area, make sure to hit up Joe Azer at 571-989-2937. That's 571-989-AZER. I myself have no need for his services because I live with my parents at 47 years of age. I've chosen to wait them out, but don't be like me. Whether it's a condo, townhouse, or single-family home, the chances of you not seeing your mother and father being romantic are dramatically reduced when you own your own home. So call Joe, 571-989-AZER. By the way, he's a lifelong Cowboy fan.
With a nickel-sized hell and a damaging wind. We rode over New York, never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover, a big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor.
Hi there. This is Radio's Gigantor from Both Types of Sports. Now, I'm not old, like you people, but if I wanted a vacation to Disney or Universal Studios, I know just the spot to stay because I'm young and ripped. Dreamstay Getaways has 3 amazing houses with resort amenities right next to Disney. These are big houses that fit everyone. You're getting themed bedrooms for the kids, private pools, game rooms, media rooms, and big comfortable spaces for everyone to hang out. The houses are in resorts. They have free water parks, arcades, gyms, lazy rivers, athletic courts, and mini golf. Don't burn all your money going into the theme parks every day. Hang out in the gated resort community. Don't waste money on Airbnb fees and rent some dump from someone who doesn't care about your experience. Check out dreamstaygetaways.us to see the houses and give them a follow on Instagram and Facebook.
Welcome back to Chad Dukes versus the world. Shana bitch, shake it up. Hit that like button. Jake said, getting me through this 95 traffic. Love you, Dukes. Ooh, are we at 265 likes? Hammer that like button. If we don't get to 300 likes by the end of the show, well, you know what's going to happen. We've sold 42 shirts. 42 shirts. The official Thanksgiving tee of CDVTW and the Chad Duke Show. What's good, my turkeys? Available now. Use the QR code to get yourself one right there on the screen, or click the link pinned to the top of the YouTube chat. If we get to 50 shirts, we will do another episode of this show. 4 hours for free. What? Thank you again to Josh Roca for being with us today and helping with the X's and O's and all the production stuff and what have you. Joining me now live in studio. It's a gentleman if you listen to my radio show, you remembered him on Crossing the Streams quite a bit, or just coming on to talk about the fisticuffs from MMA fighting. Damon Martin, I think it's the first time I've ever seen the gentleman, and I can already tell that we're going to become even closer friends because he's got the Season of the Witch rubber masks from Mondo that I have in my home as well above him. Hello, Damon. Good to see you, buddy.
You as well, Chad. Yeah, good to see you face to face for once. I'm so used to the phone thing.
It's such a drag being on the phone, and now the World Wide Web has let fat, ugly people like myself show their faces, and that's what I'm excited to do. I do have a couple of horror movie questions for you as well, but I wanted to start. Well, let me start with this. I pulled this video. I'm sure you've seen it. For people that don't know, John Jones is fighting Stipe Miocic this weekend in MSG, and these guys haven't fought in a long time, and Miocic hasn't fought in a really long time. And there's another fighter out there named Tom Aspinall who's has an interim title right now. And Johnny is getting asked about this quite a bit. So I want to play this clip for us here, Damon, and I want to get your thoughts.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Guys, doing well.
You okay?
Doing well.
How's it going?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing all right.
Good, man. Good. Have a seat, sir.
I you guys in, but
Hey, I'm not gonna do this every. You don't want to do it? No, because it's gonna be an Aspinall fest. I'm not gonna. Let's go.
So that's John Jones walking out of an interview. And for those of you without context, it's because the guy doing the interview has connections with Tom Aspinall. You got to help me out with this here, Damon. How much of the MMA community is really put off from the main event of this fight because they believe that is who Bones should be fighting? Because it seems like the internet is telling us that's most people. Is that true for the casual fan?
I would say it's a little hit and miss with the casual fan, because I think the reality is the casual fan probably still knows Stipe Miocic as much, if not more, than they know Tom Aspinall. But when you get down to the nitty gritty of the people who know the sport, Tom Aspinall is the guy. And you know, listen, the problem is Stipe's been out since 2021, and his last fight was a knockout loss to Francis Ngannou. It's not the best visual when you're trying to sell us of a heavyweight title fight. Now, a year ago when this was happening, no one really complained because Stipe was, you know, legitimately the greatest UFC heavyweight of all time. John Jones was the champion. That's the one he wanted. It was a legacy fight. We all understood it. The problem is when John tore his pectoral muscle last year and they put Tom Aspinall on the card where he defeated Sergey Pavlovich to win the interim title, that kind of threw a monkey wrench into the whole plan, because now we're a year later. We know how good Tom Aspinall is. He's since defended that title against Curtis Blades, knocked him out in 1 minute flat. And it's almost like, why are we doing this? Because we do have a legitimate number one contender. Even if you just want to call him a number one contender as an interim champion, it's that's what's creating havoc here, is because a year ago, everyone seemed okay with it. Okay, John wants this legacy fight. Stipe is a legend. Cool, let's do it and have fun. It's a year later, and Tom Aspinall has clearly defined himself as the best, you could argue the best heavyweight in the sport, not even considering against anybody else, just the best heavyweight, period. And so that's really where we're coming down to. And listen, that interview today, I don't really know. I think his name's Adam Catterall from TNT Sports. I don't really know him. I've crossed paths with him here and there. Seems like a nice enough guy, good at his job. But there are definitely a lot of videos out there of him being very, very tight, very close, very buddy-buddy with Tom Aspinall. And I think John has been bombarded all week long with, why are you ducking Tom Aspinall? Why aren't you fighting Tom Aspinall? Are you going to fight Tom Aspinall? And I think John just kind of got to the breaking point where he's like, hey, I don't want to talk about Tom Aspinall. I want to talk about Stipe Miocic. And I think when he walked in that interview, he just knew what the questions were going to be coming. I'm not saying it's a good thing. I'm just saying, like, I understood at least a little bit where he's coming from.
One of the things that people love about the UFC, and Dana White talks about this all the time, is they don't do what boxing does, right? Like Floyd Mayweather has curated his entire career, and he fights Pacquiao after Pacquiao's not really a threat to him, and blah, blah, blah. But this is an undefeated MMA legacy that we're talking about here with Bones Jones. This is as rare as it gets. It's just, you can be the best. I mean, GSP got knocked out. I mean, the best fighters we've ever seen, Anderson Silva, you can lose because of the way this sport is in the 4-ounce gloves. But I do understand Jones saying, hey, Stipe's a big name. He's 45. He's coming off a big layoff. I can go up. I'm new to heavyweight still. This makes more sense for my career, but I thought we didn't do that in the UFC. I thought this was all about putting on the biggest and the baddest and the best fights against the best competitors. Are we not doing that now in the heavyweight division?
Well, here's what I would say to you. And again, I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying this isn't a first time. Go back to when Georges St-Pierre basically retired, left the sport, gave up the welterweight title, walked away for a couple of years. He decided he wants to come back as a middleweight, and he fought Michael Bisping. Now, I love Michael Bisping, legend in the sport, Hall of Famer. But people at the time were saying you're coming back and fighting a guy who is an easier matchup for you than, say, if you had to come back and fight again. I mean, Michael Bisping knocked out Luke Rockhold, but, Luke Rockhold was a much bigger, longer, seemingly stronger guy. And then Robert Whittaker was kind of looming out there as the interim champion. And GSP came back, and he kind of handpicked his fight. He's like, I want Michael Bisping. I want to become a 2-division champ. He did it. He won the fight. And then a month later, he says, I can't, I don't want to, he had something wrong with his stomach, all the weight issues. He's like, I'm done. Gave up the belt, walked away, and never fought Robert Whittaker. Now, people don't really give George a whole lot of crap for that because he's Georges St-Pierre. We all kind of love and respect Georges St-Pierre. John is not necessarily the most beloved guy in the world because he's done a lot of really dumb things in his career. So when he says, hey, I want to handpick my opponent and come back and fight, again, legitimately, the longest reigning heavyweight champion in UFC history, that's 100% true. Stipe Miocic is that dude. We're a little less forgiving because it's John Jones. And again, sure. I want to point this out. A year ago, no one really complained because there wasn't a guy. There wasn't a number one contender. Francis Ngannou was gone. Everyone was fine with it. It's that year-long delay that has kind of thrown everything into chaos right now.
How much does the layoff? I heard Chandler talking about it, actually almost in glowing fashion, where he fought so much when he came to the UFC to prove a point, and he's had a chance to recuperate, waiting for this Conor McGregor fight that's probably never going to happen. And he said it was good, but 3 years at this age for Stipe, around then, how do we take that into account? He's going to be fresh. I'm assuming he's sparring long, lanky guys, and you're doing everything you can to try to get someone like John Jones, which you can't. But with this level of time off for some of these guys on this card, how does that affect them in a mixed martial arts forum?
So typically I am a believer in ring rust. I know some guys don't believe in ring rust. Dominic Cruz will tell you to the ends of the earth it's not a real thing. It just means you haven't prepared right. But I am a believer in ring rust. Here's where I would say this. And again, I'll fully admit I may be admitting a little bit of bias here. I'm in Columbus, Ohio. Stipe Miocic is in Cleveland. And I visited with him about 2 weeks ago, went up to his gym, Strong Style in Cleveland, sat down and had a chat with him and did an interview and just talked to him. We hadn't really caught up in a outside of like texting. He really hadn't talked much in a couple of years. And he looked in great shape. He looked like he was ready to go. And I asked him the question. I said, you've been off for a long time. And what he told me was, he's like, it was good for me. I was able to recover. I was able to rest. I think, and again, I'm not trying to hype this fight. I'm just being honest. I think a couple of Stipe's biggest mistakes in his career have been fighting too soon after another fight. When he fought and defeated Francis Ngannou, January of 2019, I think it was, that July, he ends up fighting Daniel Cormier and gets knocked out. Now, he won, he beat Francis, but he took some shots in that fight. You know what I mean? And my opinion, I think he came back a little too soon. I think he should probably take a few more months off. There's no rhyme or reason how long it takes the brain to recover from taking that many punches, especially from a monster like Ngannou. I thought maybe he came back a little bit too soon. Now, I don't want to take away anything from Daniel Cormier. He caught him. He beat him. Credit to him. But I was like, man, I think he just came back a little too soon. And then I think, again, he went through those 2 additional fights with DC, and then he comes back and fights Ngannou again. And it's just, again, I think in that Ngannou fight, Stipe hurt. If you watch that fight again, Stipe clipped Ngannou and kind of stumbled him a little bit. And I think he got overconfident. He jumped in trying to go for the finish, and Ngannou caught him and knocked him out because it's Francis Ngannou.
Yeah.
So I weirdly think, I don't think the time off's going to hurt Stipe as much because it's heavyweight. You only need one. You only need to hit him hard. I mean, go back and watch his fight with Fabricio Verdun when he won the title. He was stepping back, off balance, threw a right hand, clipped Ngannou, clipped Verdun, and Verdun went crashing face first to the canvas. If this was bantamweight or flyweight or even featherweight, where speed, timing, those kind of things play a much bigger factor, I maybe would have a little more concern. But at heavyweight, I don't think the time off's going to hurt him as much. Now, the 42 years old thing, maybe that's, you could say, time catches up to everybody. But I don't think it's going to hurt Stipe as much.
Okay, and maybe that's the case. If I don't even know, everyone's picking Jones. It's kind of a foregone conclusion. Stipe is saying I think he's going to retire after this fight. If he wins the title from John Bones Jones and he retires, like there's not a fight out there that interests him. And then if he's beaten Cormier in his prime, he beat Ngannou in his prime, and he's the one that stops Bone Jones, do I even need to ask, do we consider him the greatest mixed martial arts heavyweight of all time? That becomes his title, correct?
100%, without a doubt. I love Fedor Emelianenko. He's the other name out there. But if you beat John Jones, that's it. Story done. That's it. Story over. And I know Stipe won't address the retirement thing. I asked him flat out, "Is this your last one?" And he gave me the fighter speak of everyone could be your last one. I get it. I think this is it for Stipe. I think he came back to fight John Jones. This is a fight he's always wanted. John Jones is legitimately the greatest of all time. I don't like, as much as we talk about Jones getting up for Aspinall, I don't think Stipe cares. Like, Stipe came back for John Jones. I think if he wins and he becomes the first person to legitimately beat John Jones, why would you fight again? How could you not go out on that way? Why would you want to come back and risk getting knocked out by Tom Aspinall, and that's the last mark on your record?
Are they really gonna let? I heard some crazy shit today. Like, is Bones is not gonna fight the Black Beast after this, right? Like, Dana loves him now, and he puts him over big, and they're best buddies, but he doesn't have that much leeway with how they put together these men. There's another guy with a strap out there, like, that has to be resolved after this fight is over.
Dana said today, if John Jones fights again after Saturday night, he's fighting Tom Aspinall. Now, also I'll caution that by saying, John said something yesterday, I believe, during media day that is true. He said, would you rather me get one more fight against a guy like Alex Pereira, the current light heavyweight champion who is becoming one of the biggest stars in the sport, or would you rather me just walk away and retire? Which one would you rather have? Now, Dana's adamant he's going to fight Tom Aspinall, but money talks. And let's not forget, I know Dana's the boss, but Dana does have bosses now. Dana does have, Ari Emanuel Ari Emanuel sees dollar signs and sees that he could put on John Jones and Alex Pereira and sell, 900,000, 1 million pay-per-views. I have a hard time believing they wouldn't entertain it. But for right now, Dana's saying it's Tom Aspinall or nothing.
Dana also let Conor McGregor fight Floyd Mayweather, and Kimbo Slice got to fight in the Ultimate Fighter House, and they got to fight on a main. I mean, Dana White also let James Toney fight Randy Couture. Like, he has a tendency to go back on. And he also said women would never fight the UFC, and we know how that goes. You are less of a curmudgeon about, I don't want to call them freak fights, but whatever you want to call them, the Mike Tyson fighting Jake Paul bit. This feels different to me just because Tyson is like an otherworldly pop culture figure. He's up there with Michael Jackson and Elvis Presley and Michael Jordan. And, he just kind of has elevated himself above that level. And he's got, I assume, a whole generation of fans that know him from The Hangover and know him for doing wacky interviews with The Breakfast Club or whatever. They didn't see him the way that I saw him. I don't know if you're old enough to remember watching how fast he was and knowing that if you bought a Tyson fight, you weren't going to get your money's worth because it was going to be over in 30 seconds. Does this one hold that much more sway? Because we saw Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. in that Triller fight. I think Jake Paul was on that card. And we've seen Jake Paul fight all these other guys and all, these MMA guys and finish their careers. How much different is this one than all that stuff that came beforehand?
I'm kind of of two minds with this one because I wrote in my prediction, I said Mike Tyson has probably forgot more about boxing than Jake Paul will ever know, reality-wise. Like, Mike Tyson, and I'm like you. I grew up as a kid. I grew up watching Mike Tyson, and I grew up in the era when you could switch the cable box or you could steal the pay-per-views.
Sure,
that's how we had to watch Mike Tyson because you knew it wasn't going to last more than about 3 minutes at most. Like, you were just not going to get to see him fight very long, so it wasn't worth the $50 or $100 or whatever they were charging back in those days. So one side of me says it's Mike Tyson. He's a ferocious monster. And just like I talked about with Stipe, heavyweights age a little differently than other weight classes, and he still hits like a truck. but then he's 58 years old.
Yeah.
And you can't, I mean, I don't care. I mean, he threw his last meaningful punch in 2000. Was it 1995? Was it the McBride fight or whatever year? It was 20 years ago, 2005, I guess it was. Yeah, so 19 years ago. That was when he had his last fight against Kevin McBride. That was his last professional fight. Now, I was blown away by how good Tyson looked against Roy Jones Jr. in that match. But here's the cautionary tale to that. Roy Jones Jr. continued fighting, and he lost to Anthony Pettis, a UFC lightweight, in a really ugly fight. Not Pettis' fault, by the way. Like, he fought, but in any universe, Roy Jones Jr. should not lose to Anthony Pettis in a boxing match, and he did. That scares me now, because what did Roy Jones Jr. have going into that Tyson sparring match 4 years ago? So, I mean, listen, I don't think there's ever been a fight where more people are going to be rooting for Mike Tyson to win than what we're about to see. But the reality is Jake Paul's 27. He does hit hard. That's a real thing. He's not a terrible boxer. He's not a great boxer, but he's not a terrible boxer. And Mike Tyson's 58. I don't know what we really expect out of this. He's 58.
We did there was bum fights, there was celebrity. I mean, there's been some crazy Butterbean has fought forever. Like, there's a lot of pearl clutching about Jake Paul. I for one, as douchey as he can be, I really have respect for on a baseline perspective. And I think you and I have talked about this. He was already rich, he was already famous, and now he's signed up to do something where best case scenario, you have to diet and work out and train, and then you get beat up. And it's mano a mano, and if you lose, the entire world is going to come crashing down on top of you. And yeah, I get it. He's selecting his opponents, and he's doing this in an unconventional way. But there's a lot of ways for Jake Paul to make money without him getting the shit beat out of him. And he's chosen this way. So I give him that respect. In 10 years, when this is over with, when the Paul brothers aren't doing this, and I don't know if any of these other internet guys are still going to be after it, how are we looking back on this for the sport of boxing? Does it bring new fans? Like, are the YouTube fans that come in here and watch him fight Mike Tyson, do they somehow take an interest in pugilism, and now they're buying random pay-per-view cards? I don't think that's the case. I think these people take a bite. Like, the Brock Lesnar, I know, brought fans to the UFC. I don't think this is that.
Yeah, I don't know that Jake's really bringing new fans to boxing, but I will say this. I was at his fight here in Ohio when he fought in Cleveland. He fought Tyron Woodley, and I was at the event, and I had never seen an audience skewing that young. Like, there were a lot of like 16-year-old, 17-year-old kids there to watch Jake Paul. People, their parents brought them. Like, that's like the age group. It was like a R-rated movie where you had to get your parents to come with you to go see it. It was shocking. I've been to a ton of UFC events, and yes, the UFC skews younger than boxing typically, but even then you're talking about 23, 24, 25-year-old people. These were like 17, 16-year-old kids, 14-year-old kids. I was shocked. So in that regard, it's good. And also, listen, you can hate on the influencer boxing stuff all you want, but people care. And all that matters is, do people care? Are people going to want to watch it? Do people want to see these clips? Do people want to watch these events? I don't really care whether you like it or not. People are tuning in to watch it. I know, because I write about it. Do I love all the influencer boxing stuff? No. But can I tell you without an absolute zero irony here, that I've written articles and recaps for fights involving Jake Paul, KSI, guys like that have blown away the amount of people who care about Terrence Crawford or even a Canelo fight. So, like it or not, people care. So 10 years from now, how are we going to remember this? I don't know. I mean, again, it depends on, do people still want to do it? I mean, who would have imagined Jake Paul and Logan Paul fighting a couple other influencers on a YouTube card, whatever it was 5 years ago, would spawn into where there's literally a promotion now started by KSI that's just influencer boxing. Who could have imagined? And they got to deal with DAZN. I mean, who could have imagined it going that way? So who knows where it's going to go? My only, I guess, criticism of Jake Paul, my only comment about Jake Paul, and we've talked before, I don't care. I don't have a problem with what Jake Paul's doing. My only criticism would be, stop pretending you want to do this seriously.
Right.
Because he says all the time, I'm going to be a world champion. I'm going to fight Canelo. I'm going to do all this. Dude, you went from Anderson Silva to Nate Diaz to Tommy Fury, who is basically an influencer boxer at this point, to a couple no-name random, journeymen that you knocked out in like 8 seconds. And then, you fight Mike Perry. And now you're fighting a 58-year-old Mike Tyson. Just stop. Just stop being, I'm going to be serious. I'm going to be a world champion. Do what you're doing. I got no problem doing what you're doing, but stop pretending that this is a serious career, because it's not.
I'd like to see him fight Mike Perry in the BKFC. That's what I'd like to see, because I think that fight goes incredibly different. If he's taking a pro wrestling carnival barking side to it, I get it, but I'm with you. It's like that's clearly not the end game here. The end game is this, and there's plenty of other fights that he can probably get that aren't, the name of Tyson's level, but you can continue doing it. I also don't mind. Now, this is a completely different topic, Damon, but, having a bunch of young people looking at influencers and say, this is how I want to become famous. This is how I want to get rich. I want to stare at my phone all day. I want to review food. I don't know if that's good for society. I think these guys getting into boxing and training and taking it seriously and fighting each other, I think there's worth there. I think there's worth in saying, hey, we're all in to this now. Why don't I go down to a gym and take a class? Because, you're getting physically fit. You're learning a skill. Like on kind of a societal level, I do like that trend, because I think that's a better way to spend your time than just, I'm going to play Mortal Kombat on Twitch for a living.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, listen, I talked to Bryce Hall, who is an influencer who did BKFC, did bare knuckle, and he did a boxing match and he looked awful. And then he goes on and does BKFC and actually has a couple of fights and looks pretty good. I know from talking to Bryce, when I interviewed him, he said that he didn't really take it seriously. He was just kind of like having fun with it and doing it. But then he went out there and I'm maybe paraphrasing here, but got his ass kicked. And he's like, I need to take this seriously. So when he got involved again, he took it seriously. He started training with real fighters, training with real trainers. And now he's enjoying it. So listen, I don't expect any of these guys or girls to become, superstar world champion. They're not going to be Alexander Usyk. They're not going to be Terrence Crawford. They're not going to be, the Floyd Mayweathers of the world. They're never going to be that. And that's fine. But they're taking it seriously for them and they're having fun doing it. And the whole, like, people saying it's like the sanctity of the sport. Come on now. I mean, Muhammad Ali fought, Antonio Inoki in a weird grappling boxing. This has been going on for decades. Stop pretending there's some sanctity to the sport. It's been happening forever. This is going to happen forever. This is just the latest iteration of Ali versus Inoki.
Did you see Tyson Fury singing American Pie at Fight Circus in Thailand? I mean, there's some fun to be had inside of this sport. Tyson starches Jake Paul. What are the ramifications from a pop culture perspective?
I mean, boy, I tell you what. I mean, I think what you said earlier is absolutely right. You could argue, and I know people are going to disagree with me. You could argue Mike Tyson is the most famous combat sports athlete of the last 50 years. Because I guarantee you there are 15, 20, 25-year-old kids right now. You could mention the name Muhammad Ali. They'll know who he is, but they don't really know anything about him. They'll just know the name. You mention Mike Tyson, chances are somebody can tell you something about him, whether it's as a fighter, Hangover, whatever, TV show, he did a Cartoon Network show, whatever it is, you're going to know the name Mike Tyson. If he knocks out Jake Paul, if he ethers Jake Paul, I mean, that might be the biggest shot heard around the world since Holly Holm head kicked Ronda Rousey, which was one of the most shocking moments in combat sports in recent years. I think it's of that level, if not bigger, because I don't know that a lot of people are picking Mike Tyson in this fight. I'm not, and it's not because I don't love Mike. It's because Mike's 58 years old. But if he ethers Jake Paul, boy, I tell you what, the internet might actually break.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the ramifications if something like that happens. All right. I'm having Jay Chandrasekhar on the show here in about half an hour, who directed Super Troopers and, Broken Lizard guy. He's fantastic. And he hates comic book movies. And I started off really liking him. And right around Infinity War, I said, man, this is one of the best movies I've ever seen. And I was really disappointed in Endgame. And then it's kind of driven off a cliff for me since then. And I think for a lot of people, what I've noticed is around the same time, Damon, is Black Phone, Long Legs, what's the Smile, that these the Five Nights at Freddy's, even, like, there's these rated R horror movies that have done really, really well. And they're popping up and they're making $100 million and they're coming out of nowhere and they're getting sequels. And I like that. I'm a horror movie fan at my core, but I've got a theory that the fatigue with the cartoony, flashy, superhero over the top kind of Marvel humor era, that horror movies are benefiting from that. I think the Penguin has benefited from that with the reactions that we've seen from that. Is there any validity to that, do you think? Do you think there is any causality there, or are we dealing with two separate phenomena right now?
No, I think you're onto something. I think there's also, I think where the superhero, because I'm with you, man. I mean, listen, I'll just show you right here. I have the Infinity Gauntlet tattooed on my
pretty
hand.
dope.
I love,
Pretty
I
dope.
love, I grew up on the comic books. I loved it, but I'm like you. After Endgame, I've kind of tuned out a little bit. I still watch occasionally, but like back, 5 years ago, if they were putting out the Agatha All Along series on Disney, I would have been there nightly to watch it. Haven't watched a single episode.
No,
couldn't tell you. Have no desire to see the new Venom movie. Haven't gone to see it. Probably won't go see it because the last one was god awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, just no interest whatsoever. Never saw Shazam 2. I just don't feel the need to see everything in that world anymore because it's just, I know it's probably not going to be great. And I think horror movies, I think two things have worked in horror movies in the favor of horror movies. One, the pandemic, because coming out of the pandemic, people had to find a reason to go to movie theaters again. And I think people remembered you get a little bit more thrill going to see a horror movie in a theater versus watching it at home. Whereas you can kind of tune out and watch an Avengers movie at home, and you could take a phone call, text your best friend, go pick up your DoorDash, and you still haven't really missed anything. But I also think the other thing that's benefited horror, as a guy who loves horror clearly, is the creativity in horror films. It's back. Back in the 80s, everyone got burned out on the slashers. It was Michael and Freddy and Jason and Michael and Freddy and Jason. It was just over and over and over again. Everyone kind of got burned out on that by the end of the 80s. Right now, you're getting a lot of creativity. I mean, you don't have to love the Terrifier movies, but how Terrifier has become this huge phenomenon is because it's so utterly graphic and crazy and wild, and they've created kind of like an icon in Art the Clown. I was a big fan of the movie Talk to Me, which came out a couple of years ago. I talked to the directors of that movie, which, by the way, one of the directors of that movie, Michael Philippou, he actually fought in influencer boxing back in the day. That's how they got their start, was it? They're big UFC guys too. They're really good friends with Israel Adesanya and those guys and Alexander Volkanovski. But that movie was like something I had never really seen before in horror. Smile is another great example of that. This year, one of my favorite horror movies this year, I had never seen anything like it, and I absolutely love it. A movie called Late Night with the Devil.
Yeah, fucking amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah.
That has benefited. You're seeing something different. It's not just here's your hero, here's your origin story, here's your bad guy, some conflict's going to happen, and then there's going to be a post-credit scene. That's just the formula, and I think people are going to burn out on it.
Well, I was kind of really down on it when the It Follows Babadook. Like, I really am not a fan of the creature is symbolic of some sort of mental health disorder. Like, I'm a big fan of, no, the fucking creature is a creature. Like, I'm a big creature guy. And so, like, there's room for that now and all the A24 kind of weirdo stuff. But also all the other things that you're talking about. I do think we're in a really healthy spot. And Nosferatu on Christmas Day is going to be dope. Yeah, Late Night with the Devil, even if you don't like horror movies, you owe it to you. First of all, it's an enormous amount of fun for about 2/3 of it, and then it just goes in a direction that you're not going to see coming, and it's a very enjoyable watch. It is at Damon Martin on X, of course, MMA Fighting. What else? Where else can people check out? Where can people check out your nerd stuff, brother?
So actually, if you want to check out something else I'm doing, it's my horror movie podcast, Rewind of the Living Dead. Turn out new episodes every week. We just dropped our episode on Heretic, the new movie Heretic that just dropped. And last week, there's actually a TV show you should check out if you haven't seen it called Hysteria. It's on Peacock. It's like it's an 1980s like satanic panic kind of like horror comedy. It's got Bruce Campbell in it. It's awesome. We actually had the creator of the show on for a full hour, just chopping up about the show and talking about what comes in season 2, and it was a blast. So that was last week's episode. So Rewind of the Living Dead is the podcast. If you like horror movies, we do new episodes every single week. So check that out. That'd be the thing I'd most want you to check out right now.
Have you watched Teacup yet?
I did, but I kind of tuned out after a couple episodes. It just didn't draw me in the way. I think that's why I liked Hysteria. It kind of drew me in right away. They do a cover song of Iron Maiden in the second episode. I was like, I'm in.
Yeah, say less.
Yeah, Teacup was like, it was good, but it just kind of dragged. It just didn't give me what I wanted like 3 episodes in.
Fear of the Dark and Rock and Rio, where in front of the 250,000 people is one of my favorite musical moments of all time. So I will definitely check that out. Damon, thank you so much for the time, buddy. Great segment as always.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much. Damon Martin, who has always been on my shows, always does a great job. Hit the like button, you cowards. How do you guys see the Bo Nickel fight going? Oh, I'm sorry, Rolando. I did not see that until now. We'll bring Damon back on. He always does a great job. TJ Evans, thank you for the $2 super chat. Fat tax paid. Are you over 250 pounds? Have you paid your fat tax? And 5 Chad Dukes Show gifted memberships. This man cares if I live or die and wants us to continue doing the show. I've got an update. We have sold 47 shirts. I ain't threatening you with nothing. All right. Top of the hour, I am scheduled to be joined by the great Jay Chandrasekhar, one of my favorite guys in the business, always been very generous to me. And I want to talk to him. He's a big Bears fan, so I want to talk some Bears football with him. And then I also want to get an update on Super Troopers 3. Super Troopers 3 is being written by those gentlemen right now. But first and foremost, I wanted to share this with you. A nice palate cleanser. We've had a fantastic afternoon of show, and we're going all the way till 6, so don't you guys go anywhere. If you know anyone that enjoyed CDVTW on the radio, tell them that we're going to go live until 6. But my buddy Sonny Ledford put this tweet up, and I absolutely love it. He said, if you heard this song on the radio coming home from your grandparents on a cold Sunday afternoon, your childhood was awesome. Gonna be by the fire. Like you can go. What a palate cleanser. What a palate cleanser. Huh? Whenever you need to give your day a good shake of the ears and see the molars fall out and the ear hair and the eyelashes, you play that. Give yourselves a fresh start at this whole thing. It's a bunch I want to get into. Maybe I'll play this right now.
Will you step in, Eli Manning, like, will you step in and do some of that if it's the wrong organization and say he ain't going there?
That's Deion Sanders on this incredibly annoying show. Is it called Speak Live? I don't know. This show is impossible. I had to clean this clip up so much because all of these guys just talk all over each other the entire time. I don't even know what station this show is on, but Deion was on there, and I've been watching Deion press conferences quite a bit since the second season of Colorado, and they're playing some decent football. And he really is a unique approach. He can be very condescending, but there's also a lot of really good positive stuff about the culture around the team and holding players accountable on the campus and all this stuff. So it's a mixed bag. It's the jury is still out on how or if I dig the way Deion goes about his business. Not that it means anything, but he's certainly an interesting guy to consume his career at this point. So they're asking him if Shedeur Sanders, his son, of course, people are saying he could go 1 overall, and Travis Hunter as well. I think he brings up here. Those are 2 players for the Buffaloes. If they get drafted by a team that Deion doesn't like, because he spoke about this in the past, is he going to jump in and pull an Eli Manning? Because everybody knows that Eli Manning didn't get drafted by the New York Jets. He got drafted by the Chargers. He didn't want to go there. His dad was involved. Hickory dickory dock. Your mom's was sucking my cock. Oh! He ends up in New York. It was a big deal, and people were upset about it, and we don't necessarily see some of that stuff anymore. We thought maybe with Caleb Williams it was going to happen. We thought that maybe he didn't want to get drafted by, a franchise or two. It didn't come to fruition. The Bears were there. The Bears drafted him, and the rest, as they say, is history so far. So this is Deion getting asked directly about that, and I thought his answer was interesting, and I think the ramifications of his answer are interesting.
Will you step in, Eli Manning, will you step in and do some of that if it's the wrong organization and say he ain't going there?
Yeah, but I'm not going to do it publicly. I'll do it privately.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Dad, the cows come home. Yes, sir. And with Travis as well.
But give us a little bit more insight on
with Travis as well. Travis has a dad, but of course Deion is his coach. I think he's saying, though, that he would do that for both of those players. I wonder if he would do it for other players, maybe not of that caliber. Like, are we talking about what's the cutoff? Just first-round draft picks? I'd be interested to hear his thoughts on that.
Where you would like to. You don't even have to name teams. You can just give me region, style, whatever that Shedeur needs or you want to see him go and play for.
I'm not going to give you region. I give you understanding.
Give me understanding.
Somebody that can handle the quarterback that he is. Somebody that can handle understanding that what he's capable of. Someone that has had success in the past.
By the way, there's this technological issue that you're seeing here is not on my end. This show puts up static images instead of video. I'm guessing they don't want to pay for the rights, and Deion's connection's not very good, but the audio is all right, so I thought it'd be okay to play here.
Handle understanding that what he's capable of. Someone that has had success in the past handling quarterbacks, or someone in an organization understands what they're doing, not just throwing you out there amongst the wolves. You don't have the support in the infrastructure of the team.
See, this is interesting because if you are in a position to be able to take a quarterback in the top 3 picks, generally it's because you're a dog water team. Like, generally it's because you don't have the personnel or the coaches, or you're trying to get it right and you're starting with the most important piece, and that would be quarterback. So I wonder how he thinks he's going to affect this level of control, unless it's simply about the Panthers don't get this right. I don't want him going to the Panthers. The New York Giants, they can't get the quarterback position right. I don't want, like, if there's 2 or 3 franchises where it's just like, no, we're not going to be a part of that. Well, okay, but if you're good enough to go in the top 3, it's very rare. And I know with, hindsight is 2020 with Chicago right now, but we certainly thought they were going to be a pretty good team this year. And they still had the number 1 overall pick because of the trade with the Carolina Panthers, but that's very, very rare. Usually it is a piece of shit team with a bad situation. So I don't know how he thinks he's going to affect that change.
Forget the line. He's played with lines that hadn't been great, but he's been able to do his thing. But just the infrastructure of the team and the direction of where we're going. He could deal with anything. One thing about Shedeur that separates him from a lot of quarterbacks, Shedeur started every game in high school, every game in college, but one. And he's just, he's like that, man. Like, he has a true gift, and it comes from God, and he loves this game of football. You see him stunning like his daddy every now and then, but that's just who he is. He got that honest. You got to see that. He got that honest. But this kid loves this game, and he has an insatiable appetite to win. And I want somebody to be able to propel him to the next level as well. Not just getting drafted by a team, because we ain't having it.
We ain't having it. So it sounds like what he's saying is that he wants a team that has the same competitive drive and desire to win as his son does. And I'm sure he's biased, but the proof is in the pudding. You've seen the results on the field. He's a fine quarterback. I would wonder if who he's talking about is like teams that have a reputation of being skinflints, right? Teams that have a reputation like the Cincinnati Bengals, where we're not signing our players, we're not doing this. Maybe even the San Francisco 49ers, although I can't imagine you wouldn't want your son to try to play for Kyle Shanahan. I wonder specifically how he would characterize how the team would not have the same values as his boy, which I assume are his values. Because what if the top 3 teams, I mean, let's take a look. Do you have faith in the Tennessee Titans to get this thing right, to put a good team around Shedeur Sanders? Is that a market that's acceptable? Do you like the head coach? What about the New England Patriots? Well, they seem to have found their guy, even if they have the first pick. The New York Giants are going to need a quarterback. They have an opportunity to pick 1 overall. They're going to need a coach. Probably going to need a general manager. Another thing I thought of, listening to him say this, is there's been an enormous amount of conversation lately about Deion potentially going to Dallas and coaching the Dallas Cowboys and then them trading for his son. Now, he's not said anything about that. In fact, I think he said the exact opposite, that he doesn't want to coach in the pros, that he'd prefer to stay with, his hands in the dough and the college atmosphere, even though with the transfer portal, of course, and all of the endorsement money, like these guys they're getting paid. They're taking their offensive linemen out and buying them chains and going out for Kobe beef steaks. Like it's a different game already as far as how you bring your players in. And he's already rebuilt that roster once. But I wonder if by him saying this, it's almost like a subtle way of saying, maybe if we both end up someplace together, that wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. I don't know. And then the follow-up question is, what does him saying this publicly this far out? Because this isn't just Eli Manning's dad saying we don't want to play for the Chargers, Archie Manning saying we don't play for the Chargers. This is saying we know where we want to go, and we're going to make sure that we get there. But that's not the way the NFL runs. The NFL has a draft. And with collegiate players getting more and more power with the NILs financially, what is it going to lead to? Now, there's not a lot of coaches out there coaching their son who could potentially be a number 1 overall pick, but he also said Travis Hunter. Unless I'm missing something, are they related? Blood? You're telling me some of these big-time college head coaches wouldn't want to take their superstar players and say, I'm going to go ahead and take over. We're not going to put you in this system because they can't develop a quarterback, and that's a chaotic franchise, and their general manager's fucked up, and their infrastructure's not where it needs to be. Like, is that something we're going to do? Or is this lightning in a bottle because it's a father and his son? Deion has a great relationship with the Mara family. Yeah, I don't know if that team would be on his list. I don't know. What I'm talking about, though, is if it comes to that, if push comes to shove, and one of these franchises that he is not endorsing are one of the franchises that ends up drafting, like, will this be enough to stop? Let's just say it's the Titans. Titans need a quarterback. Shedeur Sanders is there. Deion Sanders reaches out privately, like he said in the clip, and says, I don't want my son playing there. I don't think you're a serious franchise. Which you could make the argument. You could make the argument. I don't want to get too down the sordid path here, but if you decided subsequent years, we don't want A.J. Brown, we don't want Derrick Henry, and we don't want Mike Vrabel. Oh, and by the way, we're the worst team in football. Subsequently, we're the worst team in football. I think you can make the argument that potentially they're not a serious franchise. I wouldn't want my kid playing anywhere near Charlotte, North Carolina. Not because it's not a great city. That is not a serious franchise. That is not a serious owner. I wouldn't want to play for the Dallas Cowboys. I know that sounds crazy because it's Deion Sanders' kid, but unless Jerry Jones is going to leave me the fuck alone, I don't know. And maybe it's just I can get a Dak Prescott deal. That's it. Look at Dak Prescott get a Dak Prescott deal, and everybody still thinks he sucks. Wild. You want Will Levis, Travis? You can have him. Rolando Robles, $50 super chat. My motherfucking G. Thank you so very, very much. Very, very kind of you. You guys have been very kind on super chats. You don't have to be intimidated by the very generous Rolando Robles. If you are listening to anything that I am blithering about and filibustering about and you want to be involved with the conversation, a $2 super chat gets you up on the screen. and we can have a conversation. But Rolando, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate you. You guys got to watch the Tyson fight? You guys all watching that Tyson fight? I think that fight being on Netflix for whatever reason makes it way more interesting to me because they're going to be able to puff that number up. That number is going to look real, real healthy. And I also like, I hate Super Bowl Sunday having a bye week. And stay with me here. I hate Super Bowl Sunday having a bye week because it's a momentum block. Because you lose that momentum from the championship round, AFC, NFC. You got a whole fucking week. By the time you're actually getting there, you've heard so many Dick Vermeil interviews on Sports Talk Radio. God bless Dick Vermeil. I love Dick Vermeil. I'm happy he won a Super Bowl. I'm happy he cries all the time. But motherfucker, I had to interview Dick Vermeil about his wine so many times at the Super Bowl. And I didn't agree with my program director on everything. But one of the things I did agree with him is he said, we're not sending these shows to the Super Bowl anymore. And he was right. If you listen to a radio show that's broadcasting live from the Super Bowl, you might as well just turn that shit off. You're not going to get any valuable content whatsoever because half of every interview has to be the plug about the bullshit that the person you're interviewing wants to talk about. Everybody's distracted. Now, the Super Bowl in Indianapolis, I did get to interview Conor McGregor and Vic Mackey, Mr. Michael Chiklis, in the same fucking day. So that was worth it. But one of the things I like about the Tyson-Jake Paul fight is it's on this giant, UFC 309 MSG heavyweight fight. Chandler's on the card, Nichols on the card, this monster card. You have momentum. You're building momentum. Like, I'm more excited for Jake Paul and Mike Tyson since they delayed it because it falls on the same weekend as this UFC card. It feels like they're building up to like a big fight weekend. That's what it feels like to me, if that makes sense. And to go back to it, I understand it's another week of hype. You're extending the season out, building out. People are spending more money in the town. You can get more press. I understand the logistics of the NFL wanting to do it. I hate it. I would move. If you're going to do 2 weeks, right? You're going to take 2 weeks in between the championship round and the championship round, the Super Bowl round. Put the fucking game on Saturday. Put the fucking game on Saturday. Okay? There's no reason not to. You got plenty of rest. Why are we still doing this? We're living in a world where we're having Senate subcommittees talk about showing all the alien videos. I mean, we're talking about everything, aren't we? I heard one of the presidential candidates talk about getting rid of the income tax. It's all on the table. The NFL likes money. If we could all burn it down on Saturday night, people are going to burn it down longer. Is it all about keeping them in the burg that the Super Bowl is in for one more day? Because that's the only thing I can think of that it's about if you're already waiting an extra week. Mr. Waffles, $1.99. Thank you. Love this show. Keep it coming. I've been here all afternoon, Jack. I've been here all afternoon. And I will continue. I did have one thing I want to get into. I don't know if I have enough time here, but maybe I'll tease it. Maybe I'll just tease it here, and then we can get into it after Jay Chandrasekhar comes on the show. The great Jay Chandrasekhar, Club Dread, Super Troopers, Beer Fest, Super Troopers 2, Slam and Salmon, Quasi. So many funny movies. I laugh balls at that guy so many times. Scheduled to join us in just a couple of few. Thank you, Mr. Waffles. We take super traps around these parts. Look, there's two things that are going to happen. I'm going to check the likes, and we better be near 300. And then I'm going to check that t-shirt total, and we better be near 50. I ain't threatening you or nothing. You right? You know I respect you. All right, I'm going to show you this. And if you are squeamish, you might want to look away. I'm not going to dox the bar I was at last night. First of all, I am what we call an etard, Ray. Last night, I was inside of you. I saw the stars, the moons, the mountains, and the river. I saw heavens when I made sweet love to you. Last night I thought it was Thursday night. I thought that I was doing this show on Friday night, so that Thursday night had to be last night. So I went to my wife and I said, let's go out and watch Thursday night football at the bar. Let's park the car and go to the bar. And I didn't tell her it was for football, so she said, okay, I'll get some dinner. We go up to the bar with a Cuban cigar, and it's fucking collegiate basketball, which is an immediate dick softener for me. And no disrespect, Capitals hockey, which I could give a fuck. I did see John Carlson still plays for the Capitals, and I like John Carlson. That's my motherfucking dude. And I was happy he still plays for the Capitals because I haven't watched the Capitals so fucking long. It's very possible that nobody. I mean, when I was doing sports talk, we had to go from the Young Guns era to the Alexander Salmon era to the Fedorov era, Olaf Kolzig, Andre Burakovsky. I'm just vomiting out names I had to memorize. I ain't seen the Capitals in a while. Point being, there was no football on. I was very disappointed. I was even more disappointed when I went to the water closet because when I walked into the bathroom of this place, and I will take guesses in the chat. Anybody that would like to guess in the chat the local eatery that this took place in, because I'm guessing some of you have had similar experiences. I have never been to an eatery that as many times as I go into the bathroom of this place, there's a fucking problem. First of all, there's never not a Central American-based chef in the bathroom blowing up the toilet, listening to ranchero music on speaker. It happens 100% of the time. I'm not here to judge. I'm not stereotyping. I'm just telling you about what happens to me. There's always a cook burning that motherfucker down. This is new. This is a new one for me, though. This is the urinal at the bathroom in the bar that I went to last night. Now, if you can't read it, this is a tweet from @Chad Dukes. That's me. Bad times at the El Royale, Jack. Bad times indeed. There is a sign on the urinal that says, out of order. We apologize for the inconvenience, Midgement, which I assume means management. Problem is, that's the only urinal in there. There could be only one. That is a Highlander urinal. So when I went in there, and God bless him, the cook was in the bathroom doing what he does. There was nothing for me to do. I actually had to go outside and piss in the alley. That's not the most concerning part of that photo. You can see what the most concerning part of that photo is. Is this man dying? Who used this bathroom last? Who used this urinal last? Is he still with us? I have questions. Michael Capetta, $20 super chat. You glorious, glorious man. Just bought 2 shirts. Hope they get to me before I leave to Florida for Thanksgiving because I will be rocking this. Well, I have it on good authority, Michael. I can't guarantee anything. But as long as you just order the Thanksgiving shirt, Bus says he's ripping those things off real quick. He's going to try to get them out as fast as possible. I know for a fact Bustle says he's going to start printing them ASAP. So there's no guarantees because we all know how the auspice is. But I think you got a shot. And thank you so much, bud, for buying 2 shirts. I'm going to check that shirt count. It better be at 50. I ain't threatening you with nothing. Michael, thank you for the $20 super chat. You are a fucking supportive-ass supporter. David Flaccoberry, $5. Thank you, David. Was in an ABC store the other day. There is an official Capitals whiskey. Wondering if Loud Goat bought some. Yes. The goat voice triggers my cough. Yes, it's my favorite brand. Goat doesn't like whiskey. Goat likes fucking Fireball. Also, go big time me for the show today. I think Goat's embarrassed by me. I think unless there's a paywall, Goat wants nothing to do with it. The great Jay Chandrasekhar joins us next hour. We're going all the way till 6 o'clock. Hit the like button, buy a shirt, or it's your ass.
Where the nickel size hell and the damaging wind. We roll over New York.
Hey there, boy. It's Radio's Buck Wild from the Fortress Film Society. When I'm not being treated for Peyronie's disease, I'm eating the best barbecue south of Camden Yards. Monk's Barbecue. Located conveniently in Purcellville, Virginia, Monk's has the best brisket, pork, craft beer, bourbon, and if you're lucky, tickets to the Ravens tailgate. When I'm not clutching my chest and staggering into the Christmas tree, I'm enjoying all the amazing sides at Monk's, like mac and cheese and the dirty rice. Only thing that can keep me from going to Monk's is when my friendos are at Monk's and they invite me. I'd rather die. But hey, it might happen anyway if my loved ones have anything to say about it. So take it from me, the Fortress Film Society's Buck Wild. Go to their menu at www.monksq.com. You'll be glad you did. Now, if you'll excuse me, there are some subordinates at the Crestar that need some impregnating.
Hi there, it's Money Monk from Money Monk Fishing Charters. When I'm not slaying striper or misplacing my wallet, I'm listening to The Chad Duke Show. It's fucking hilarious. You can get a fresh episode every day by heading over to chaddukeshow.com and subscribing. If you're low on cash, just cancel one of those pointless streaming services, just like I canceled my personal training sessions so I can sit inside my beach house and stare at the wall all day. The Chad Duke Show, almost as entertaining as looking at yourself in the bathroom mirror. Sign up today at chaddukeshow.com. Fish on!
Where the nickel size hell and the damaging wind. We roll over New York. Never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. And when the law showed up, said they're gonna have to take us in. They're scared of my music, terrified of my friends. They all run and take cover. A big storm's coming in. Better lock up your liquor. Keep the women.
What's up, my turkeys? It's me, the Ant-Man. If you're buying or selling a home in the Northern Virginia area, make sure to call Joe Azer, 571-989-2937. That's 571-989-AZER. I myself have no need for his services because I live with my parents at the age of 47. I've chosen to wait them out, but don't be like me. Whether it's a condo, townhouse, or single family home, the chances of you not seeing your mom and dad being romantic. Oh, fuck me.
Better find you a basement. Worst storm you ever seen. With a nickel size hell and the damaging wind. We rolled over Boston. Never let us back in. We blew out the lights, kicked the windows in. When the law showed up, said who's gonna pay for this? Might have a little lightning, a little rain coming in. Might have you a snowstorm or a tide rising in. But you better be careful when the weatherman says, watch out for the nickel.
Hey there, boy. It's Radio's Buck Wild from the Fortress Film Society. When I'm not...
Hey there, boy. It's Buck Wild from the Fortress Film Society. When I'm not, just gives up. Hour number 4 of Chad Dukes versus the world. Thank you so much for being here. I am Chad Dukes. Thank you to the great Josh Sroka for being behind the scenes, making it all work. He put together that UPC code. Did you buy your shirts yet? Get your turkey shirt. What's good, my turkeys? They're only available till the end of the show. You've got 55 minutes left to get it. If we sell 50 shirts during this show, we will do another episode of Chad Dukes versus the radio. That is my pact with ye. Also, it is open line Thursday on a Thursday, which is strange. Usually it falls on a Friday. After Jay has left me, we'll be taking your calls, 571-624-1941. So call now. Get on hold. Wait there. Open line Thursday. At the conclusion of this convo. 571-624-1941 numbers right there at the bottom of the screen. Look at this handsome gentleman. Look at this handsome gentleman.
Hello.
As I live and breathe. I should have known you were a Wilco friend. Hello, Jay.
How you doing?
Good to see you.
My hairdo is, I would call that bouffant.
It's a little kingish. It's a little, yeah, I would say it looks like maybe you've been in wardrobe for a while. Hey,
Yeah.
What are you doing in Phoenix? Just playing golf?
No, I was in, I told jokes in in Norfolk, Nebraska.
Nice.
Then I went to the Whistle Pig farm up in Vermont, where I met with Broken Lizard and we discussed future jokes. And then I flew down to Phoenix, where I'm doing stand-up at the Tempe Improv tonight.
Dope. We used to get guests from the Tempe Improv all the time until there was a shooting. That was a long time ago, though, so I'm sure you're going to be fine. Were you at the Whistle Pig? Because you guys are now sponsored. The Super Troopers are sponsored by Whistle Pig because that's your official chugging syrup?
I think we're kind of like in what I would call like a fruitful partnership.
Okay.
Like they're from Vermont. They love syrup. They love whiskey, and we like all those things.
Yeah.
So I think we're just gonna, we did a couple commercials for them a year ago. We did a few more yesterday or 2 days ago, and then we're gonna just maybe some of the movies they might start showing up in, and they love golf too, so that's kind of a new thing for them.
Man, checking a lot of boxes there. Well, it's great to see you. You're always busy. I haven't spoken to you on the show since Quasi, the dust settled around Quasi. I'll tell you what, man, you're climbing to new heights tonight. How did that end up? That was a Hulu movie, right? How did that end up doing for Hulu? All of my listeners loved it. It was hilarious. I've watched it 5 or 6 times since then. Were you pleased with the way that turned out?
I will tell you this. I am never have been a fan of streaming movies because there feels like almost like a socialism element to it.
Okay.
And I'm a hardcore capitalist. So the idea that you could make something and then people would subscribe to a service, those numbers they'll never share with you. And then if one person watches it or 10 billion people watch it, they'll never tell you that either. And so you're kind of like, wait, I know Silicon Valley came down and disrupted our business, but when did we decide to bend over and take it like this? That said, I know streaming services are good because they're making a lot of movies that you wouldn't otherwise normally see. So I can't even tell you. As far as I can tell, a lot of people have seen the movie because I hear comments on the street. And I hope these folks at Hulu got very rich from it.
Yeah, but it sounds like it's a bitter pill but I don't know. I have such a glass half empty view of life. I'm like, well, I can't fail. Like, I can't check the box office results and be disappointed, and I've already got my nut because they've already spent the money. So that part of it, I think, sounds intriguing to me, but it doesn't sound like it balances out.
It depends on what kind of guy you are. Like, you're right. You can't fail. You're like, right. but nor can you really like, hit the big time and have them kind of go, wow, what they say is the way if a movie did well is if we make another deal with you.
Okay.
And you're like, that's bullshit. I mean, and they know it too. The reason I'm saying it out loud in front of them is because everybody knows it.
Sure.
Everybody knows.
And if they also are like, well, so then you are the only barometer of whether or not the movie was successful, you, the streaming service, that would be like Cinemark or someone coming to you and being like, well, we'll let you know if the ticket sales did well, if we want another one of your movies. Like, go fuck yourself. There's these other movie theaters that are involved
and
as well.
So, what would be more beneficial to us would be to have a ranking, and then everybody go, oh, these guys make movies a lot of people see. Let's pay them some money to make one for our place.
Yeah. All right, so I've got to ask you what everybody asks you. Super Troopers 3, I've seen the photos on social media of you guys chopping it up and you taking meetings, which is great, and hopefully we get some nice product placement. I don't know if you've seen the movie Smile 2 yet, but you will never be able to get the product placement that they got in that movie for Voss Water, where they built fucking entire segments that meant nothing around that product, which I hope you go and get rich and do that. Maybe that will work in Super Troopers 3. But what is the rollout now? Because I know you're in the throes of this thing, right?
I think we're, it feels like we're getting awfully close to sort of getting that machine funded and up and running to shoot in the next year. It feels like that. Now it's not green light yet, but there are a whole bunch of like conversations that happen around the economics right before a movie gets made. And those conversations are happening. So in that movie, it would come out in the theaters and we'd be able to throw our hats in the rings of good old American capitalism.
I'm a favorite of American capitalism, as you know. Do you still enjoy the part of it where, because you guys still work, you get in the bus and you go on the tour? And I mean, the promotion for Super Troopers 2 was like, I've never seen anything like it. Like, you're walking out on concerts I didn't know you're at. You're walking out on television shows, by the way, in full regalia. Like, you're not showing up as Jay. It's like
Right.
our Ramrod pulls up. Like, is that in the plans as well? Do you still enjoy that part of it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you fly to a town, they throw you a party, they screen the movie, and you do a bunch of press. It's fantastic. I mean, it's really, really fun. And I mean, we're kind of getting back to streaming, but the good news is that the movie studios, for the most part, have figured out that they can't make as much of a profit by just throwing it on streaming, and that a whole lot of them really, really want to make the theatrical thing happen again. Now, obviously, you got to retrain the audience again. You got to stop giving movies early and all that. But there is a great desire to go back to some version of that old model. Not for Netflix. They're big enough to make a profit that way. But everybody else is like, not so much.
Did you see the Tyson fight is on Netflix tomorrow night?
I know. I don't know about it's Jake Paul, right?
Yeah.
I don't know about his fighting history. I know he fought Mayweather to a draw, but that had to be Mayweather had to be pulling a Hulk Hogan.
That was his brother. That was
right?
Logan. But yeah, he was carrying him. But Jake's the one that keeps beating up all the older MMA stars that have retired. That's basically what his claim to fame has been. And look, I said this earlier. We had a guy on talking about the fight. I don't know, man. Like, he could have stayed rich and famous on YouTube. I mean, the fact that he's willing to train for boxing, which doesn't look like any fun to me, and then also get punched in the head, I think there's a modicum of respect that is owed there.
100%. But I have to tell you, I'm a little worried for the fella. If you watch Tyson box in his heyday, it wouldn't matter how old he was.
Sure.
He wouldn't get in that ring. I mean, now I say this as somebody who seriously contemplated fighting Burt Reynolds. And I was, I was 35 and he was, 69. He was going to start the fight.
How do I not know this story? How did this come about?
Well, I was directing Dukes of Hazzard.
Right.
And, Bert in reality, and the movies he's anti-authority. In reality, he's like double anti-authority.
Okay.
And I was the authority in that movie. And so, he had this habit of punching the air by my face. And I know, I talked to a couple directors before I went down there, and I'm like, how was that? They're like, well, and I know, if you're in Hollywood, about some of the altercations that Burt Reynolds has gotten into with
Sure.
directors. So I said to his assistant, I said, is Burt going to punch me? And he goes, I mean, I've seen it. And I'm like, I said, wow, okay. I said, first of all, I don't want to put the man down, but he's almost 70,
Right.
35. And I will put him down if I have to, and I'll be really sad about it.
Can you imagine beating up the bandit? Can you imagine if you were the guy that beat up the bandit on set?
I had a plan. I was just going to take the one punch, grab him by the lapels, put him down, and just say, okay, we're not doing that. And that was it. I wasn't going to throw a punch. I wasn't going to do anything, right? But Jake Paul, I mean, this is. Would you get in a ring with Mike Tyson?
No, I wouldn't let him punch me. We did a whole hypothetical about he just gets to punch you once. Like, what would it take? And it's like, well, what is a ruptured spleen worth to me? Because what he's known for is body shots. So he's probably going to give you a body shot, and then when your liver is lacerated, like, well, what's that rehab process like? Like, what's the dollar figure on me being in a fucking hospital bed for a month? And there is none. So no. And also, whatever he's on, testosterone, replace TRT, whatever it is, he's as jacked as I've ever seen him. And when he's training, he's hitting that guy with the flak jacket, and the guy's one of these. No, there's no money. I live a fine life.
He's going into a thing with a reality star.
Yeah.
And, I'll tell you, if he loses to a reality star, it's going to affect his legacy to me.
Even at close to 60, really?
Yeah. Part of me, I don't know Jake Paul, but I kind of want him down on the mat.
That's the way everybody feels.
And if he beats Mike Tyson, I'm going to be like, man. I mean, yeah, you're right. Obviously, Mike Tyson was Iron Mike in the day, but what are we doing here? Why risking this? I don't think it is a risk. I think Jake Paul has no fucking chance.
Did you see Mike Tyson fight Roy Jones Jr. a couple years ago?
No, but I know about that. I know it happened. What happened?
Yeah. He destroyed him. I mean, he looked amazing. He looked really, really good. Now, we don't know if Roy Jones was, off somewhere in the Twilight Zone, but I mean, he just looked great and physical, and it was an exhibition, and I can't see him losing. David Flaccoberry sent in a super chat for $5. I got the free trial to watch Quasi in a bunch of times. Great fun, and then canceled Hulu.
I mean, just to be super clear, like I'm friendly with Hulu. I just say what I think about the business. It's not
the business Hulu as a whole. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, Hulu's doing what Hulu. Hulu does what they do. I got it.
Well, you don't like superhero movies, but you were maybe going to direct Ant-Man, right? Like, this is
no. I don't like superhero movies, and so I made it pretty clear that I wasn't going to direct Ant-Man.
So
I said to them in the meeting, I'm like, so let me just get this straight. The ant is the strong guy, right? And they were like, like these kind of movies. I'm like, I really don't. I said, I'm probably not the guy. So please don't offer me more money than I can refuse.
See, here's what that disappoints me. And you actually, I always give you credit for this, is you were way out ahead of the curve. I was still in the throes of loving superhero movies when you laid that jag on me in the studio, and I was so disappointed because, I clearly care what you have to think about movies. But then 5 years later, I'm like, God, Jay was right. Jesus Christ, was he right? And he was out 5 years ahead of it. The reason why it bums me out to hear you have that conversation is, do you know who Blade is? Wesley Snipes is Blade.
Yeah.
So he's called the Daywalker because he can walk in both worlds. He's human and he's a vampire. You could have gone into Ant-Man and maybe turned it into something that it wasn't, and maybe brought what you are to that movie. And that's kind of like when Kevin Smith directed Cop Out or whatever that fucking film was. I was like, maybe
Yeah.
he's going to bring what I like about Mallrats into, and it didn't ultimately happen. But I would rather you have taken the swing at that than whomever ultimately ended up doing it.
Well, I will say this. I went and saw the film because I'm like, let's see what I missed out on. And my buddy Peyton Reed, who made one of my favorite films, which is called The Breakup, with Vince Vaughn and Jennifer Aniston, he made the movie, and I thought he did a great job. I'm like, oh, I never would have done that. I never would have done all those little things. And if you're going to make a movie, you really have to believe in the premise. And I thought that movie ended up really good. And a little part of me is like, man, I should have done Ant-Man. But the vast majority of me is not saying I shouldn't. And I'm glad Peyton did, because it's good. It's good. And Paul Rudd's a great guy.
He's a great guy, but I also think that it doesn't elevate you to the level that it did before. Now, are you enjoying the downfall of superhero movies? I mean, bomb after bomb after bomb. I mean, I know you're a fan of movies.
Is that
in
what's
general.
happening?
Yeah, that's what's happening.
Oh.
You didn't know that?
No. I pay so little attention to them and assume that they're all hits that I'm like, I guess I'm wrong again. But I didn't realize that. I mean, am I happy about it? You know, in a generic way, I want all these movies to make money so that we can make money. But I do think that, you know, if you remember the 90s, early 2000s, there were a lot of great lower budget films made that, you know, that were super creative. And, you know, like some really great filmmakers came out of that era, you know, Quentin Tarantino and Richard Linklater and, you know, a bunch of these people I was at Sundance with. And now, if all the movies are superhero movies, you go, who directed it? Who cares? You know, I think Taika Waititi apparently did a good job with Thor. I didn't see that one.
That, again, Ruination, the last one he did was just murdered, and he hasn't really recovered from it. I mean, dude, if you really want to take a victory lap, just start Googling the box office results from the Eternals and Black Widow and anything DC has done. I mean, you kind of predicted the fall of Babylon with your take on all that.
Well, the good news then is that something's going to have to replace it. I don't know, you know, I mean, because if you make, look, I always say this, if you make a $250 million superhero movie, it's about an hour and 40 minutes, right?
Right.
And if I make like a $15 million Broken Lizard movie, it's an hour and 40 minutes. So you got to kind of, you know, I like those under 40 movies. Yeah. So
I like it when people tell you guys no. I like it when people tell directors no, this movie doesn't need to be 3 hours long. It's my opinion.
I agree.
Jorge Gonzalez met Jay in Louisville wearing my CDS hat. Great guy.
Nice.
I'm sure you remember that.
I remember it well. CDS.
That's my guy. It's my show. Sorry for the dry cough. I did a bourbon release actually last Saturday, and I think everybody on earth spit all over my face. How do you deal with the spit? Because you have the same kind of thing that I do, only times 1,000, where everybody that comes out to see you is drunk. So when you get the drunkards that are also enthusiastic about what you do, there's less of that boundary stuff. So there's a lot of, you know, hugging and sweating and grasping.
Yeah. I mean, there's not much you can do. Here's what you do. You keep your hands away from your face for all the shaking and the hugging and the picturing. And then you just keep your hands away. And then when you're done, you go, are we done? Okay. And then you just roll right to the bathroom, clean those suckers up. And that's the only thing you can do. I was on a flight out to Vermont, and a dude leaned over the overhead compartment and just coughed on me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you know, he didn't even cover. And I'm like, come on, man.
Especially on a plane. Especially on a plane, it's dirty enough as it is. Was Cleon Salmon, he was based after, had to be Foreman, right? George Foreman?
Well, no, it just because he looked like that. The original guy he was based off was Mike Tyson. And because Steve Lemmy, who played Mac in Super Troopers, does such a good Tyson, that we really debated whether we should just put him in lifts and have him be like an Oscar De La Hoya type boxer with this Mike Tyson voice.
Sure.
And I was all for it, but you know, if you look at the director's name on that, it was Kevin Heffernan, so it was his decision. And Kevin felt it would compromise. I don't know. You know, his vision of it was, I think, right, because if you look at what Michael Clark Duncan did, you go, yeah, that's a great movie.
Yeah.
Or if you like that movie, I mean, I think it's great.
It's fantastic.
But I also think the version where Lemmy played Oscar De La Hoya with Mike Tyson's voice was incredible. All those jokes were written for Lemmy's voice.
That's bizarre to me. Because with all the meat drape shtick and then all the physicality of the humor, he's just Michael Clark Duncan's such a big, dominating presence. Like that just seems to fit him so well.
It was super high pitched. It had a lisp. Everything had a lisp. Everything was high pitched like Tyson. If you have Steve Lemmy on ever, have him do his Mike Tyson for you.
Okay.
And you'll see what the original Cleon Salmon was meant to be. Cleon was named after the leader of the Warriors in the movie The Warriors.
Can you dig it? Yeah.
He dies in the opening.
Fantastic film. The Baseball Fury is still the #1 Halloween costume go-to for yours truly. Your Bears are having a lot of fucking trouble. I was actually just reading some of the comments about they just fired their offensive coordinator, and some of the things are he's too nice. I'm surprised they didn't fire him already. It's not good. Up here before the draft with all the trades and all the wide receivers and bringing in Caleb and all this great stuff to being where you are now, and they're offensively in the bottom of the league. It's got to be quite the roller coaster for you.
Well, they've had a couple games where they scored a lot. Now, granted, they were against Jacksonville and maybe the Panthers. But so you could see what they could be.
Sure.
I'll tell you this, though, is that, the young I didn't follow Caleb Williams in college. So as I understand it, he was a guy who did a lot of improvising behind the line, ran around, threw it all, and eventually he'd complete it. He's trying to be a pocket passer as much as possible, which is the road to success in the NFL, which means staying in the pocket and going through your progressions. The problem, and I had an opinion, when I watched that last game, and I said, he has 3 seconds, he's got to get rid of the ball. And I watched Jeff Saturday analyze it, and he goes, Peyton Manning was 3-13 year one. Then we had a coach come in and say, Peyton, 3, 2, 1, throw in the dirt, throw in the stands, 3, 2, 1, throw, period. And he goes, and then we went 13-3. And so we have, if this comic out of Los Angeles can diagnose the problem like this,
sure.
I would just say this. I watched Trubisky hold on to the ball and get murdered. I watched Fields hold on to the ball and get murdered. And it's happening again. This guy is a better passer than either Fields or Trubisky by a lot. And he is clear, in my view, much more savvy and clever. He's going to have to make in my opinion, which is worth almost nothing, he's going to have to make a decision to get rid of the ball faster.
Yeah.
Or else, and look, the worst case scenario, Peyton Manning went 3-13, right? I mean, like Troy Aikman might have gone 1-15. These guys, some of these guys take a minute.
It does, but Bo Nix is playing well. Jaden Daniels is playing well. Drake May is playing well on a really bad team. And I think that when what you were concerned about, like what you said, is what he's still doing, I think there becomes that dread that we got to get in there and we got to fix this kid. And I don't know if that's firing the offensive coordinator. I don't think it's a very good head coach, but they had Cliff Kingsbury in the building that worked with him at USC that now is helping Jaden Daniels be the best rookie quarterback in the league. And it's like, what the fuck? Here's what I'm worried about for you, Jay, because I'm a Chicago apologist. I'm not from there, but I have family from there, and I grew up a Cubs fan because they were on TV everywhere, and we didn't have a baseball team.
Yeah.
So I want the Bears to do the NFL is better when the Bears do well. They've never gotten it. They've never gotten it right in our lifetimes at the quarterback position. Like that's not one general manager. That's not one coach. That's not one generation. They can't do it. And Washington was like that. We'll see if Jaden Daniels pans out. But even when they're winning Super Bowls, it's Rippon, it's Theismann, it's someone different every time. So I just worry that there's something in the water that you and I can't qualify or quantify as to why it ain't going to work out for Caleb Williams either. Right? Because what else can you point to at this point?
Well, I can tell you, having watched every snap of this kid so far, that it's a different situation with him than it was with Fields. Like, he is going to succeed. I'm certain of it. And obviously they're going to have to draft offensive line and probably defensive line. But we have the other guys to deal with. I mean, I know that the running back is Swift from Philadelphia, and he's good, but he's not power, and so he has to kind of pick his way through it. He's often really good, but there was a guy who the Cardinals have who was just a bowling ball.
Connor, yeah, James. Connor.
A bowling ball, and
He's
you cannot tackle a bowling ball. And it was he just blew right through us. I want a guy like that.
You ever been to a Bears game in Arizona?
No.
You should go. There's more fervor for the Bears in there than there ever would be in Soldier Field. It's unfucking believable because everybody, if you've been to Phoenix a lot, everyone knows this. Like, people from New York retire in Florida, people from Chicago retire in Arizona. Yeah. So the pizza's real good, and also there's Bears bars everywhere. I tried to find a Redskins bar. There were 17 Bears bars, and there wasn't one Redskins bar. And I went to see them play the Bears. It was the game of. Do you remember the Denny Green? We are who they thought they were. I mean,
yeah.
It was that game. There was 45,000 Bears fans in the parking lot before the game, and they're dressed like Ditka. They're doing the Super Bowl shuffle. I'd never seen a more electric sporting environment than the Bears fans in the beautiful Phoenix weather with all of the, very mayonnaise eating fucking pussy Cardinals fans. Because why would you be a Cardinals fan? It's 72 degrees in February there.
Well, the Cardinals used to be the Chicago Cardinals, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that's an old, tenuous connection, but both of them are our teams.
And the St. Louis Cardinals, and the doormat of the NFC East for all of those years. Well, I wish you luck. If I was, again, you have a better disposition than I. If I'm looking down the barrel of the Lions are the best team in football. Oh, by the way, the Packers have found another fucking franchise quarterback 3 in a row. And then the Vikings, the worst they're going to be is the second best team in the division right now with an average quarterback. I would be very bummed out if I was a Bears fan right now.
All we have to do to make this season a success is beat Green Bay this Sunday.
Okay.
And I will tell you this, the Bears, up until this last game, were undefeated at home. And it's at home. And the young man understands the most important thing about his job is to beat Green Bay. That's it. That's what Lovie Smith said when he came in his first press conference. He goes, what do you consider success? He goes, beating Green Bay. And unfortunately with Rodgers, we had very little of that.
Yeah.
I now get to watch Rodgers slide into oblivion. And
are you relishing that?
I have to tell you, I love it. I mean, it's not the kind of revenge that I would have liked to get against Rodgers. I would like to beat him straight up, but unfortunately, I mean, I guess he says come back next year. Jets.
Maybe not for them. Maybe for San Francisco or somebody. He can't go back there. I've never seen. He looks so low energy and so disinterested. It is those monotone interviews he does with McAfee. I don't have politically, I feel like he gets a lot of shit from everybody for all the stuff that he said, but that I've never judged him on that. I try not to judge players on that, whatever. But I judge you on looking like you don't want to be there, looking completely disinterested.
Well, the concern may be that he's 40 and recovering from an Achilles.
Sure.
And has, he used to have a little, an elusiveness about him that was so frustrating. Like, you'd get a guy in the backfield and he'd just kind of pull it off.
Yeah.
And you're like, I think when you have an Achilles, you have to be a little more careful around doing that little juke move. Because he can still throw it pretty well. But I mean, if you get sacked enough, if you can't move around, it's pretty hard because you got 3 seconds.
All right, this is completely off, and I don't want to keep you too long. I know you got someplace you got to be. But on a scale of 1 to 5, let's say, 1 being it doesn't bother you at all, 5 being it bothers you as much as it possibly can. Where does this slot? I just want to know, like, if you're one of these people that thinks Black Mirror is going to be a documentary in the near future, but I saw this video and for some reason it hit very differently for me than the other robot terror video porns that I've seen. But somebody wrote in the comments section, imagine 3 of these things chasing you. Would you have any chance of getting away? And the answer would be, of course, no. If you're listening to this on a podcast later, I'm showing Jay a video of a robot that has wheels for legs that's just very quickly moving up and down hills and stairs and standing on its hind legs.
Well,
is this a good thing? I guess is what I'm asking you.
I'll tell you why it could be great. This looks like a great fire prevention machine.
Okay.
And it could go find the fire and just help put it out, right?
Okay.
But look, we all know this. This guy's going to have a gun soon.
That's
and it's going to be RoboCop. One way or another, it's going to be RoboCop. And I don't know. I mean, I'm not somebody who has to commit crimes for a living. So I like to think that it's not going to come for me, but I don't know. I just don't know. I'm walking around Tempe, Arizona, and the number of driverless cars would shock you. And it's not, first of all, I'm not letting some goddamn robot drive me around. I'm just not.
Not even the Johnny Cab from Total Recall. I'd let that guy drive me around.
I don't trust it. Unless it's on a track, I'm not getting in it. But the bigger issue, man, is what are all these people who are making a living doing Uber going to do? Like, what exactly are the jobs going to be? Like, we cannot keep this going. I mean, I'm at the point where I'm like, most of me wants to kick over those Amazon robots that I see cruising around LA. Most of me, and I'm like, if I had a little less self-control, I'd do it.
The one thing, and I know I don't like to get political, but I lean more conservative, but I certainly have liberal social proclivities. One part that they always miss me on is we got to have kids. We're not having kids. The population's going down and blah, blah, blah. This is a problem. And I'm like, what are they all going to fucking do? Because all of the food is going to be delivered by robots. And then it's also going to be made by robots. And then you don't need cabs anymore for what you just said. And if that little thing can scoot around and put out fires, it could also be a cop. It can also be, whatever, a bailiff. We have too many people that aren't going to have anything to do in a very you're in my lifetime.
I know
this is going to happen. So that's the part that kind of screws me up.
I guess they feel that in order for the pyramid scheme of Social Security to work, we need people to fund it. I mean, and I don't mean it. I don't mean it in a negative way to call it a pyramid scheme. I just mean it's sort of literally that you pay in and then you get a little chunk later. And the problem with it, I suppose, is that maybe the funding isn't lined up right. So in that way, it's sort of potentially going to fail if we don't deal with it. And the way to deal with it is to have more workers. But, we're not having enough children, I guess. And, the 6 million undocumented Mexicans are about to be sent home.
They're out of here.
And so that means the Social Security thing is going to have to change in some way. People have to take less money, or we have more babies. But I don't think that's going to happen.
I've always expected there's not going to be any for me there when I get there anyway, if I do get there. And also, if people don't think we have enough kids, go to any brewery in Northern Virginia on Saturday or Sunday, and you'll see every kid on the planet. My goodness gracious.
I'll tell you the flip side of that, though. Like, I've been to India, and it's overpopulated.
Yeah.
Like, I hope they don't deport me. But,
That'd be terrible. Super Troopers 3 delayed inevitably because the director got deported.
But I mean, it's too many people. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I love Indians, but there should be a limit on the number. Is that better? I don't think so. I don't think so.
There should be a limit of the number of all people. Let's get a pitch count going. I think this actually makes sense.
I'm somebody who's just very much more like, I remember New York in the 90s. I just like things a little less crowded.
Yep.
I like New York from the title sequence of The Odd Couple, where there's
Wow.
like 50 people there. You're like, this is great.
That's very specific. I like New York like I like Jägermeister. Probably one little tiny dash once a year, and I'm good to go. Jay, is anything for people to check out right now? I really appreciate you coming on.
I'm going to be in Indiana telling jokes at the, if you can give me 1 second here.
Believe it or not, several listeners in Indiana. I don't know why. I don't know where they came from, but I do hear from them. Also, you could still find Bud Select in Indiana in the black can, which is my favorite light beer. So I'm very jealous of that.
Fort Wayne, Indiana, December 5th, 6th, and 7th. I'll be somewhere there. Go to the link tree. Summit Comedy.
Very cool.
Yeah.
One of my favorite airports, too. They have an Indiana Pacers bar. Very clean. Lots of race cars all over the airport. Very cool.
Nice.
You'll love it, man. Hey, you're the best. Where's my Coconut Pete album?
It's sitting on my desk, ready to go. I just have to figure out how to send it. Like, what do I put it in?
There's a record mailer. You want me to send you a record mailer? I've sent you records before in record mailer, sir.
So where do I buy that?
Do me a favor. Just send me an address, and I'll send you some record mailers for you to send. You're doing me a favor. I'll send you some record mailers. Does that work?
Okay. Yeah, it'd be easier. I just looked at it. I'm like, now what?
And now send it to Dukes. Dukes has been asking you for it for a decade.
No, I know, but I'm like, maybe I've become such a soft Hollywood celebrity that I can't figure out how to send a record. Is that who I've become?
It does sound like brown privilege, my friend. I hope you can work past it and get that thing in the mail for me. It's great to see you, buddy. Thank you so much for the time today.
Thank you.
The great Jay Chandrasekhar, good friend of the show, always will be welcome here and always does a great job talking about everything. Go see him in Indiana if you're in Indiana, and follow him on social media. Oh, and tweet him. Send him a nice tweet and say you liked him on Chad Dukes versus the World. He don't have to do that. He don't have to do that, Ultra Liger. I see you in the chat. Hey, I got 20 minutes to take calls. You guys going to fuck me? Are you going to fuck my butt? All right, I need a shirt update, Muscles, and I need a like update, please, Josh Stroka, or we're calling this whole thing off. Phone number is right there at the bottom of the screen. If I don't get one phone call today, I ain't putting the phones back up. I'm not going to make Stroka sit through it. I'm going to be nice to you pieces of shit.
314 likes.
How many, Josh? What'd you say?
314.
314 likes. I love it. There's only 154 people watching, and we had 314 likes. Fucking sign me up.
Do you still have the video of those robot dogs actually working?
Oh shit, I do. Yeah, let me show that. Well, hold on. Let me solicit calls one last time. If we don't get calls, we're not putting the phones back up. I'm not making Stroka sit here and go through it. 571-624-1941 numbers at the bottom. Open line Thursday. Anything you'd like to talk about. We certainly had enough to talk about on the show today. Oh, God. All right, where is this video? I think this is it. Yeah, this is it. Okay. Look at this shit. Stroke, is there a gun on this thing?
It's cameras. Cameras
Okay.
that detect things and report back to humans.
So this is at Mar-a-Lago. Regardless of how you feel about President Trump, I don't think people should be shooting at him. And he's had two people try to kill him. So I guess they've implemented these robot dogs that now walk.
What bothers me is, why does it have to walk like a dog? I'd feel much better if it was wheels.
Oh, that's interesting. You mean like that other robot that we just showed everybody?
Right. That's just like a remote control car or something fancy with wheels. This thing looks more like limbs, like they could put a fake dog body around this.
So you're saying this is less scary to you?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That thing coming down the hill on the one wheel. I mean, I could just totally picture myself running away from this thing.
Sure, but I could also see this being used for like ADA type stuff and helping people get up the mountain and everything. I can see helpful things with this, where the other one just seems scary.
You fucking missed me on that. So that one's fun and this one's scary because it walks like a dog.
Yes.
Okay.
Because they can wrap that thing up and make it look like a dog.
Oh, so you're taking it to the next level where they put a fake skin on this thing.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that. All right. I don't want any of it, man. Honestly, I don't need any of this shit. I want the nanobots would be good. Like if you could inject people with nanobots and they could start working with their arms again, open up their arteries and shit like that. Like, that's one of the things that I would enjoy. You need one of those chopping mall robots. Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want no chopping mall robot. All right, so none of you are calling. No, Brian, unplug the phones. No more phones. I that is so disappointing. I really, really, I'm disappointed in my listeners. You fucking pussies. All you got to do is pick up the phone and dial up, and you won't do it. All right. Feels like me being on the air. 2:30 in the afternoon back on JFK. You couldn't pay for a phone call. You had to wait for 4 o'clock to roll around. Big news, though. We have sold 60 T-shirts, so that means you get another episode of Chad Dukes versus the World. So I take back that pussies thing that I said about you people. I do feel badly. Got away from me there. I hope you accept my apology. All I can do is apologize. I'm just a man, flesh and bone. If you didn't get a chance, last opportunity. Bustles did a fantastic job on these. The official Chad Duke Show Thanksgiving T-shirt. What's good, my turkeys? Available right now. QR code there on the screen, or there is a pinned link at the top of the chat. Once the show ends, the T comes down, and you shall never be able to purchase it again. If you are a Redskins fan, I hope you appreciate the color that we went with there. Wear it to the game. Remind people that I still draw breath. All right, it does look like we have some calls. All right, are you screening these, or what am I doing here, Soroka? You're probably screening them, aren't you? I'll just wait. That's right, I have a phone screener. I'm fancy. I pick this one up. All right, caller, go ahead. Who is this?
Hey, Chad, it's Mike Fetta.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
Doing fine. So I was listening to yesterday's podcast, and I was kind of curious. Are we still getting the? Are you still defending Ant-Man, and are we still having the jury?
Oh, you mean are we going to do the trial of who is a worse person, Ant-Man or Jim Jester? Is that what? Are you trying to politic to get on the jury? What's your goal here?
Yes, I am.
Well,
I want to get on the jury.
The problem is that everybody.
I'll be imposed.
It doesn't matter. The problem is that people are willing to buy their way onto the jury, sir, and that's going to be the issue. Is that if people are willing to pay the money, I have to take the money for the good of the show. I'm easily bought.
What's it going to cost?
I'll come up with a number for you. I'll come up with a number. Circle back. Thank you for the call. I think I have to let people pay me off to be on the jury for that trial. And I know if you don't subscribe to the Chad Duke Show, you don't know what I'm talking about. First of all, I highly suggest you subscribe to the Chad Duke Show. It don't cost much. Certainly costs less than a fast food meal per month. Go to ChadDukeShow.com. You get 4 episodes a week. Fucking great. Timely shit. I over-deliver on what I promise I'm going to provide to you crazy bastards. I know that if you listen to that show, you think you have me over a barrel with the way that Ant-Man has conducted himself this week. But you don't. Trust me, you don't. Trust me, I have the band hammer. I have got the ace up my sleeve. I don't just have him up my sleeve. I got him in my piece-rit. I got him in the bunghole. Let's go to Paul out in Calvert County. I've never understood why people in Calvert County won't say the city they're from. They just say Calvert County. Nobody calls in and says, I'm Chad from Fairfax County. Hello, Paul. How are you?
Hey, what's going on, Dukes? Long-time listener, subscriber on the YouTube channel, subscriber of the Chad Duke Show. And the reason nobody says the city is because we're just way too small out here, and a bunch of hillbillies down in the southern MD.
I
So
get
you
it,
got
but
a little
it's
bit
just
more.
it's weird to me that it's the only county. Like, I took phone calls from Maryland for 20 years on the air. Nobody said Prince George's County, Baltimore County. Like, the only one that does it is Calvert County.
Yeah, I suppose it's weird, man, but there's really nothing out here, dude. We're sandwiched between a little bit of rural area, Got a little bit of Ant-Man in me.
Sure.
down south, and then up north, there's nothing here, bro. So that's what it is. But I would just wanted to know, is there a place where I can go back, a back catalog, so to speak, to hear a little bit of the Big O and Dukes? I never got that. And the first time I ever started listening to you was on CDVTW on the radio. And I think the first time calling in, I dropped a whatnot on you.
Uh-oh. Yeah, I got to bring the whatnot alert back for these types of calls. Paul, I get asked this a lot. My name is Paul, and this shit's between y'all. Thank you for the call. Here's the issue with the Big O and Duke's back catalog. One is the reason why that whole thing got ripped down when it did is that the shit that I got canceled for was fucking ridiculous. Like, it was something that had been said on Big O and Dukes for years and had been, and then just people got so prissy in cancel culture in 2016 that you really just didn't know what could fuck your whole life over. And it was like a witch hunt. So Drab still had a job at the radio station. Oscar had this job with a bunch of libs at a podcast, whatever. And, you know, we're just protecting them because they did a show with a hateful fucking bigot white nationalist, whatever the fuck the Washington Post is calling me, which is, I mean, you guys see I'm the same fucking guy saying the same fucking shit now as I did. Then go back and listen. You know, there's a couple of words we used to like to say that you can't anymore, but what have you. That all had to come down for that reason out of self-preservation for the other guys, which was fine. And now that, like, the climate's changed, now it would be, first of all, nobody has it. I don't have it. Oscar doesn't have it. Drab doesn't have it. None of us have those episodes. We could find them. I mean, I know some listeners that have a stockpile of that shit, but I don't think Oscar wants to have anything to do with Big O and Dukes. And personally, I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for him. I know Drab would probably be okay with it. The radio station's super fucking weird. The radio station that canceled me cock-blocked me from getting hired at Sirius no less than 3 times during my time there, just in part-time. And then ultimately you saw the way that went. So I don't want to dwell on it, but it's just messy. It's not an easy thing to do. They're out there. I mean, if you want to go find them, there's boat episodes. In my Bart of Barts, because I don't have any more skin in the game, what I would like to do is put up like a big database of all the Big O and Dukes episodes and then charge a subscription fee, you know, like I do with CDVTW, where you can just log in or buy them all a cart or whatever. Like, we could do something with them, right? We can make a little bit of money, and then if people want them, they can find them. But that's the way that it is. And look, I've made it clear to Santana that I would be willing to do Big O and Duke stuff, and he has no interest. So when he has an interest, maybe we will, but you got to go ask him about that. Like, unfortunately, I don't have any control about that. Simon is calling all the way from California out there, where Jay Chandrasekhar land. Hello, Simon.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, buddy.
Hello?
Yeah, what can I do for you?
What I do? Oh, nothing much, man. Just sitting here at work, and I just kind of called because you said you were going to yank the phones and everything. So I said I better get on the line here, make it happen. But really excited this week. I got a couple of things in the mail. Like, I got my shirts from the last show, and then I also got the Scary Octopus Records Thanksgiving shirt too, man. So they look cool.
You're a gentleman and a scholar. Not only do you call the show, but you support the show. Simon, thank you very much. I love that Scary Octopus Records Thanksgiving shirt. It's one of my the best piece of artwork I think that we've had. So thank you, brother, so much for the support and for the kind words. And thank you to everybody that orders the shirts. Yeah, we made, let me check real quick. You want to talk about a sob story? It is rough. $65 at Commonwealth Dry Goods today. So if anybody is feeling like they need some peanuts or some s'mores bark or a shirt or some beef jerky or what the fuck ever, wow, would that be exciting? Wow, if someone was willing to go to CommonwealthDryGoods.com and place an order, would that be timely? Thank you, Simon. I appreciate that. Very, very kind of you. Aaron and Manassas. Hello, Aaron.
Well, if it is Mr. Chad Dukes, how you doing, you chubby bitch?
Doing all right, sir. What can I do for you?
I mean, come on, you don't remember the throwback? I got probably 2 or 3 of them Caveman and Morons t-shirts, I'll tell you that much.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Those were the days.
Those were definitely the days. Well, see, I'll tell you something. You were talking about that dry goods out there in like Burke or Fairfax, wherever you got your.
I don't have the patience. I don't recognize the bit. I don't mean to be an asshole, but Jesus fucking Christ.
There was no bit on the screening. It started when it got to you.
Did he sound like that when he called?
No, that was not his voice.
What's I wish I understood what he was going for. That might have helped me. Ugh. Sorry, Josh. You probably don't miss this part of everything, do you?
It's all good. He said it was some throwback you'd remember that he wanted to talk about.
I have no fucking idea what he's talking about. Jorge in Southern Indiana, what's up? Go see Jay Chandrasekhar, please.
Yes, sir. How's it going?
Hey, buddy.
Great show so far. Yesterday's show was outstanding. And you were wondering how people in Indiana got to you. I from Northern California, went from Don and Mike to Big O and Dukes, and then followed you. Anyways, my question is: every Saturday I'd mow the lawn, or Sunday I'd mow the lawn, and I'd be listening, drinking on the deck, and you haven't really explained why it went away. Is there a problem? Is it just tired of doing it for free? What was it?
I've been trying to take the high ground on that one just because Kenny and I have been friends and I've been a fan of his for a long time, but I'll just say that I felt underappreciated for the amount of work and time that I put into that show, and I just thought that for the relationship it would be better if I stopped doing it. So I'll just leave it at that. I enjoyed putting the playlist together and curating the music, and I certainly enjoyed being a part of the lineup. That whole thing started off as I found him on the internet during COVID and would listen to all Suggest Saturday. It was all Request Saturday night then every single Saturday night. So Kenny helped me get through COVID, and I wish him nothing but the best. But if it doesn't make you happy and it doesn't make you money, then you shouldn't do it. And that wasn't making me no money. So that's where we're at.
I get it. No, I get it. But you introduced me to a bunch of cool bands. I mean, Amigo the Devil, I'm in love with. 49 Winchester, we've seen twice now live.
Oh, that's awesome.
And I've heard them on your show, so I appreciate that.
Thank you, bud. Well, that's very kind of you. Send me
Thanks.
will you send me some Bud Select, Jorge? I mean, fucking Christ. I don't know why we can't get on the East Coast, but it's all over where you live.
And some chips.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Frito-Lay.
I like you send me the Frito-Lay chips. Thank you, Jorge. Yes, that's one of my most important listeners there. That's my connection at Frito-Lay. I get to test out all the fancy snacks. I don't know why I'm doing this with my wrists, but before everybody else gets the new Frito, nobody turn this into a gift. For some reason, I can't stop. Nobody clip this. I get to try some of the most elusive snacks in the business beforehand because of my buddy Jorge. Thank you, Jorge. And big verbal nod to everybody that ordered a shirt today or sends a super chat. It's been absolutely fantastic. We didn't do the numbers we did for the first CDVTW with the look-in audience, but it's still worthwhile. We picked up a bunch of subscribers. Corey Rita, motherfucker, you've done enough. Corey, you've done enough. Corey just ordered a shitload of jerky off CommonwealthDryGoods.com. You have done enough, good sir. I will not take any more support from you. And just stick it straight up. No, I'm kidding, of course. All right, supper time. Oh, God, I did this whole thing sick. Supper time, and then watch a little foosball tonight. Quick reminder that you can subscribe to the Chad Duke Show, but if you don't want to, there's plenty of free content here on YouTube. So check out Solid Dudes on Friday nights. We upload videos over here. I do a football show called Both Types of Sports. So a free subscription to our YouTube channel pays dividends. So if you haven't done that yet, hit that bell, subscribe to the channel, hit like on all the videos. I greatly appreciate it. Josh Kim, last super chat, a buzzer beater, if you were. $1.99. I got intel on a Total Wine near RVA that has Bud Select. Josh, just make sure it's the black Bud Select, not the 55-calorie Bud Select. The 55-calorie Bud Select tastes like scrubbing bubbles. The black one can with the red crown on it. That's the one I'm talking about. But yeah, let me know if that. Oh shit! Fuck it! I missed a super chat from Largemouth Ass. Thank you, Largemouth Ass, for all the support. I love you. I'm in your camp against the Trump chat. 10 of those wheeled walking robots or robot. What firearm is your choice to fend them off? I don't think you're fending them off, largemouth ass. I got that Kel-Tec KSG that's got 2 tubes, so you can put 6 shells in each. Like, I probably go shoddy with slugs because you got to displace as much of that mechanical bullshit as you possibly can. Do you see how nimble these motherfuckers are? What are you going to shoot these with? You're going to shoot 10 of these? You best not miss, Poppy. I like to quote Peoples. Do you know why they call me Peoples, man? Because you always take care of your peoples. Yeah? More or less. Tell me yours, largemouth ass. That's some interesting fantasy booking. We've gone from zombies to the robot apocalypse. Thank you for the $20 super chat, buddy. Thank you for always being so supportive. I really greatly appreciate that. And thank you to all of you for watching Chad Dukes versus the World. I will leave this up. You do not have to be a member to enjoy this, so feel free to watch again. If anybody you know used to listen to my radio show, please point them in the direction here. I thought it was a great show. Our guests did well. Thank you to Dane. Thank you to Drabby. Thank you to Johnny Cakes Allville. Thank you to Damon Martin. And thank you to the great Jay Chandrasekhar. Thank you to Bust Tees for putting together the shirts. Make sure you get your shirts. It's over. You can't get a shirt anymore. Those will ship out very soon. And, of course, the great Josh Froka. Josh, if you need, what is the plug if people want you to help them podcast? Because you're very good at it.
ThePodcastersWarehouse.com.
ThePodcastersWarehouse.com. I've got it on good authority that he's going to steal Rob Spivak away from Podcast Village. Can you confirm that?
No. Let's not talk about that. That did not happen. Oscar, if you're listening at your parents' house, it's okay. Rob's not leaving.
That is a funny thing at the end there, Josh. If you're listening at your parents' house. And the biggest news of the day is we found out Oscar's back at his parents' house. It's like 2008 all over again. Holy shit. Good Lord is willing, the creeks don't rise. I'll see you guys on the next episode of CDVTW. Until then, friendos, let it rip, my turkeys, and roll out the trash cans.